Hi there, it's Mike Hermes, co-host of the What's It Worth show.
And I'm Holly Hermes, and together, we're the father-daughter real estate team with over 50 years of real estate experience.
Whether you're buying or selling or just curious about the market, we've got you covered with years of experience.
So don't miss out. Tune in every Saturday from 3 to 4 p.m. right here on News Talk KTSA.
Sponsored by Security Service Mortgage Company,
Security Service Title Company,
Security Service Insurance Company,
and Stevens Roofing.
Hey, Trey Ware here for the great folks at Mummies over in Hondo. There's more to Mummies. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for anything when it comes to firearms, brands like Benelli and Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so much more, there's only one place in Texas to go. That's South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies in Hondo, with the largest selection of firearms of all kinds. Long guns, handguns, ARs, they've got them all, and they have them in stock for you today. And of course, a huge selection of accessories. If you're looking for it when it comes to optics or anything else, it's at Mummies and Hondo. And ammo, well, all the name brands that you know, that you trust, and you love, you're going to find at Mummies and Hondo. Well, Mummies has everything. Everything from turtle box speakers to poncho shirts to the best deer corn anywhere and best cattle feed too. They've got it all at Mummies and Hondo. When you're looking for anything to do with firearms and accessories, you're going to find it at Mummies and Hondo. Tell them Trey Ware said hello.
Cancer is a big idea for a small child.
She dreams of being a figure skater. We're trying to figure out what to do next.
Each school day, 2 classrooms of children are diagnosed with cancer.
The doctor said there's hope.
I'll be brave, Mommy.
If I could just take her place.
It's okay, Daddy.
Only research cures childhood cancer. Give today. You can help fund this life-saving research to conquer childhood cancer. Visit curesearch.org today.
San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I take care of the kids, and I take care of my dad. I take care of things at work. The groceries, the cleanups, the meltdowns, the doctor's visits, the family events, mealtimes, bedtimes. I take care of all the things everyone else needs. But I haven't made time to take care of what I need.
Family caregivers are often overloaded. It can feel overwhelming and exhausting. It's no surprise that millions of caregivers experience symptoms of anxiety and depression every year. But help is available, because there may only be one you, but you don't have to do it alone. Head to mentalhealthcareworks.org. That's mentalhealthcareworks.org to learn how to get the support you deserve. Because mental health care works when you make the call. If you're experiencing a mental health crisis or thoughts of suicide, dial 988. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
What happens next in the world of news happens here. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
This is Mark Sadowski for Mark Sadowski Jewelers. Did Grandma leave you a ring that was her style but not your style? There's a good chance she bought the ring from my family at Joski's. The diamonds and gems are top quality, but the style is outdated. Sadowski family has been taking raw materials and creating fine jewelry for over 90 years. We strive to make it stylish, but styles change. We're proficient at creating jewelry that you like. That's our forte. We can make a ring into a pendant or a bracelet into a ring. You already own the expensive parts and you're not enjoying them. Let Mark Sadowski Jewelers help. We can't bring Grandma back, but we can help you remember her. Remember, yesterday's gems are not like leftover pizza. They're good for an eternity to use and enjoy. Mark Sadowski Jeweler, a family tradition in San Antonio for 90 years on Northwest Military Highway. Call us at 210-377-1818. That's 210-377-1818.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA. It's 6 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. It's looking like Easter weekend could be a wet one. The National Weather Service says showers could start popping up as early as tonight, but the chances go up to 90% tomorrow for San Antonio and 99% for Kerrville and Fredericksburg. This is Saturday alone. Temperatures going to dip as well before things start to clear up on Tuesday. It's a good weekend to stay weather aware, but no warnings or advisories in place right now. We'll get a look at KTSA AccuWeather in just a minute. President Trump giving Iran another warning. Video footage of an airstrike on a major bridge in the country was released. This comes just days before a deadline for Iran to leave the Strait of Hormuz alone. That's April 6th. Trump has asked NATO allies like France to get involved in securing the strait, but French President Emmanuel Macron is having none of that.
Traveling in South Korea, Macron says it's simply, quote, unrealistic to try to force open the strait, saying the risk militarily was too high. He urged a resumption of negotiations with Iran and through a translator accused Trump of constantly contradicting himself on the conflict.
We have to be serious. When we want to be serious, we don't say each day the opposite of what we said the day before. Perhaps we don't need to speak every day.
Macron reiterated Trump's criticism of its allies was undermining NATO.
It's correspondent Brad Gibson. President Trump says he wants the U.S. out of NATO altogether. The crew of Artemis 2 now on its way to the moon. NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
There's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset. And knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon, I'm really excited for that.
The Orion spacecraft left Earth's orbit Thursday. It's now on to phase 2 of the mission. KTSA News Time 6:02 on the dot. Rob Thompson right here with KTSA Sports.
In the NBA, De'Aaron Fox scored 22 points on 9 of 13 shooting as the Spurs took down the Clippers last night, won 18-99. The Spurs will return to action and wrap up a 3-game roadie in Denver when they take on the Nuggets tomorrow afternoon at 2. In college hoops, the Final Four is finally here. We'll get it tomorrow at 5 p.m. as UConn takes on Illinois. That's followed by a battle of the 1 seeds in Arizona and Michigan at 7:49 p.m. Mark your watch. And in the Valero Texas Open, Mark Hubbard holds a 1-shot lead at the end of the first round. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and your KTSA AccuWeather forecast up next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Hey, it's Sean. You know I love talking about my friends at John Wayne Service Company. This is a great year to talk to them. Whether you're having an issue with your HVAC, your plumbing, or your electrical, it's one company for the whole house. And now John Wayne is offering their service call for all for only $29. That's a $29 service call that'll cover 1 system, 2 systems, or all 3. It's your choice. It's a simple, low-cost way to get a professional look and clear direction before you spend more money. They aim to give you straight answers and clear options with no pressure, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. But again, it's that time of year for John Wayne's Service Call for All for only $29. Service call can cover 1 system, 2 systems, or all 3. It's your choice. Call or text my friends at John Wayne Service Company today, 210-293-6700 to schedule your $29 service call for all. Or check them out online, johnwayne.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 6:04. Let's get a quick check of KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Good morning. Looks like our first trouble spot, and that's going to be a stall northwest side of town through Castle Hills on Loop 410 westbound Northwest Military Highway. That stall looks like they just moved it over to the shoulder. Another stall at I-10 on the frontage road eastbound right at FM 1516 far east side of town. That one is blocking a main lane. The left U-turn lane is blocked. And this ongoing road work on 35 northbound Pat Booker Road up to 1604, about a 5-7-minute commute. A bit slow from Judson. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy, breezy, very warm today. A thunderstorm in parts of the area at the high of 88. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. Below 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Humid with periods of rain, some of them heavy. A thunderstorm too for Saturday, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 73 degrees under cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
News Talk 550. 6 minutes after 6. Sorry again, voice guy. There's just so much to talk about. 6 minutes after 6. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off. He'll be back on Monday. Been a slow week here. Holy Week in the news. And the phone lines are open, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. That man is never going to take another day off again as long as he lives. I say that with all the love in my heart because, you go into a holiday week thinking, well, I did, we do. Like, we go into a holiday week, and if he takes off, I'm like, I'll just cruise through this week, man. Ain't nothing going to be going on. It's Holy Week. It's going to be slow. I'll be talking about a lot of lifestyle stuff. What's your favorite Easter candy? That kind of crap. Boy, Elaine, would you agree? Every single day this week, we have had something of a historic nature. What's that?
We've been swamped every time.
Every single day, right? Right? Every single day, we have had something of a historic nature take place, which, has dominated, obviously, our conversation. Obviously, Pam Bondi getting fired. We're gonna talk about Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Todd Blanche takes over as a temporary ag as her deputy. They're talking about Lee Zeldin, who today is he runs the EPA right now. He's hanging out with RFK Jr. They're talking about microplastics in food. I think I just drank some microplastics in this coffee I just had. Also, the Army Chief of Staff, Dan Driscoll, forced into retirement. He's out. He's out of there. He and Pete Hegseth, I guess, the Secretary of War, had some issues over a promotions list of some kind. We have Tiger Woods on the phone claiming the body cam stuff came out, and probably that's all. I don't know. He's obviously got an issue that he needs to deal with. He's going to leave the country to seek rehabilitation, which if he's got an opioid addiction, he really needs to be in some place, some kind of facility. That's really the only way to do it. And the judge let him do it because of his fame, so he's got privacy issues, obviously. He can go to some rehab clinic somewhere on the other side of the earth where they don't know who he is, I guess. But in the body cam footage, he claims he's talking to, quote, the president, which is not a good look for either he or Donald Trump. Trump doesn't need that crap right now. Sorry, I'm just being honest. James and I were talking to Elaine right before he went on, and James is like, he should claim he was talking to his HOA president. No, I meant the HOA president, because, boy, am I going to get fined. You know what I mean? Because that's a bad look, man.
But I think Trump confirmed that he was speaking with
him.
He
said he didn't confirm when.
No, but the day of.
He did say he had talked to him. So it's entirely possible. I mean, the dude is dating his ex-daughter-in-law. It's entirely possible that he was, in fact, talking to the president.
And then he has an out. He can go, well, I was under the influence, and I had talked to him earlier, and I didn't know what I was saying.
I high-texted him, and, we have the largest bridge in Iran was destroyed yesterday, and the Trumpster put some video out about that. And this happened while most of us were unconscious. ABC News got the interview of the century. They talked to the Artemis crew live last night, and we have some audio from that we're going to play. I sat and watched it this morning. They talked to him for about 10 minutes. In zero gravity, the Orion is now on its way to the moon after separating from Artemis and all the jet fuel engines, and the secondary engine was fired to basically send them towards the moon. They'll do the loop around. When they're on the opposite side of the moon, they will officially be at that point. They will be the first human beings to have ever traveled that far into space, history-making stuff. And they had some interesting things to say last night, or early this morning, rather, when ABC News talked to them. So we'll play some of that. I'm just going through everything I got to make my way through here. And then we'll get to Pam. Pam Blondie, isn't that the nickname? Don Lemon says that he was racially profiled in Minneapolis, and he He thought he was being mugged. He says that the only reason he was arrested at that church is because he's a black man, and they assumed he was one of the protesters. Trump went off on Bruce Springsteen in a Truth Social post yesterday, calling him a loser, and he looks like a shriveled up prune, which is something he said quite often about Bruce Springsteen, and we can all see it with our own eyes. He does, in fact, look like a shriveled up prune. But the boss had some really interesting comments in response to the president yesterday, which, again, tells you how ridiculous all this no king stuff is. So a lot to make our way through, and the phone lines are open, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. Pam Bondi. I better tell you what my immediate reaction was. That story broke roughly about the time I got home yesterday after the show. In combination with the speech, the war speech that Trump gave on Wednesday night. And if you remember when Jack and I were talking during the crosstalk there, Jack had said, well, it's unnecessary. I said, yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, he's reacting to what he's hearing from his support base. That's what I felt. It was a very historic day. He knew the Artemis launch was happening. He already had made some history that morning by being the first president to sit in on some oral arguments, opening arguments at the Supreme Court. There was nothing new about the speech on Wednesday night. We didn't hear anything new. In fact, he recycled one of his own lines about the UK, if you want the oil, go and get it. For you cowards in Europe, we soften things up for you so you can buy some damn oil from either the Iran or from once we liberate them or for us. That was the second time he'd used that line, so it was not the greatest speech he's ever given. Sorry, dudes. Sorry, Lindsay. He was reacting to criticisms about the war taking too long and because that's the soundbite that's been pumped out there. Again, Riccardi's been talking about this all week. The price of gas, he's worried about the midterms, obviously, because if the midterms go south, they're going to erase his entire legacy and try to take him out of office. And they've also said they're going after everybody. Everybody who aligned themselves with Trump, they're going to go after legally somehow. And so he reacted to that with the speech on Wednesday night, in my opinion. Not a bad speech, and he hit all the major food groups. But there was nothing, he didn't say anything new that we didn't already know. And now you have Pam Bondi being cut loose. And Pam Bondi had become a source of criticism for this administration, largely because of the Epstein files. She claimed she had the files sitting on her desk, and she was going to release the list, and people were going to start getting indicted. There's going to be some arrests. None of that happened. MAGA was not pleased with that. This is all about MAGA. This isn't about the Democrats. We know what they're all about. We know they hate his stinking guts. We know they want to take him down. This is about his own support base and a whole lot of folks who are, going to be running in the midterms. This is my simple cave dweller's opinion. Now, it doesn't mean he didn't have good cause. Now, as it's breaking down, as far as what we're learning, they had a conversation before the speech Wednesday night. I think that's been fairly established at this point. There was a lot of buzz floating around yesterday. Brett Baird, I think it was either Bear or Jesse Waters, had shown some pictures of Pam Bondi after the speech with big smile. She was there in attendance. She was smiling. She was laughing. And so I guess the intimation being that, maybe at that point she didn't know or whatever, but apparently she did at that point know. They had already had a conversation. She knew she was going. Todd Blanche, again, as I mentioned, takes over in the interim at the Justice Department. Again, people are talking about Lee Zeldin as being the next Attorney General. Trump himself put out, a post about Pam Bondi saying, she did a great job. She's a great friend. Obviously, the two words you're hearing from the left, like they really do work from the same talking point. They don't vary off script. What did you hear? Good riddance. Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, good riddance. So that combined with Hegseth cutting loose the Army's chief of staff, it feels to me like a house cleaning to get rid of anybody who is bringing undue criticism. Doesn't mean that criticism isn't warranted. As far as the Epstein thing with Pam Bondi, I've always felt, well, if you're going to go after people, you got to have airtight cases. So maybe that's what the deal is. But what got her was the list, was the claim about the list, which I think largely has been discredited as ever having existed. Trump himself had said on a couple of occasions he was not pleased. He wanted things to start happening. People voted for Trump because they wanted indictments. They haven't gotten them. I don't know how valid a criticism that is. Again, I'm not a lawyer myself. I'm not a prosecutor. I would assume before you walk into a grand jury or you proceed with an indictment, you have to have a really freaking good case. But a lot of people are also, we got to take a break and then we'll pick it up. A lot of people are also upset that just people, Democrats in general, who lied under oath and people who went after Trump with false charges, trumped up charges, weren't indicted. So we'll talk about it. 210-599-5555. It's Sean. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. Mostly cloudy today, breezy and very warm. Thunderstorms lingering, a high of 88 tonight. Breezy, again, cloudy and humid. More showers, a heavy thunderstorm. Watch for some flooding. A low of 71 tomorrow. Mix of rain, thunderstorms, heavy at times, breezy. Thunderstorms can bring flooding, downpours, hail, and damaging winds. A high of 78. It's 73 on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like we just cleared a couple of our trouble spots. That stall at I-10 on the frontage road eastbound at FM 1516 that just cleared, and they picked up that road work at 35 northbound Pat Booker Road to 1604. Now, we do have a stall at 410 eastbound at Morrison off to the right shoulder, and another at Loop 410 westbound Northwest Military Highway. Broken down vehicle that's now off to the right shoulder. And Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
This is the greatest movement in the history of our country.
A movement of news and talk.
And it's just starting.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I love my Kinetico water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Kinetico. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Kinetico doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Kinetico backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Kinetico protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Kinetico, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Connecticut of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
ConnecticutSA.com.
License number 38961.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
And we're back 21 minutes after 6. God, that's a good song. It is, Sean. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off today. He'll be back on Monday. We go back to normal. We also have the Puppy Food Bank Radiothon coming up Thursday and Friday of next week. We'll be in studio on Thursday, then move over to the Animal Lounge. You can get all the information at KTSA.com or go to if you want to donate now, puppyfoodbank.org. Let me just read you, and we do have audio later on from Artemis. Just a handful of hours ago, I guess it was ABC News. They did a live shot with them. And asked about their experiences, and it's some interesting stuff. So we'll play some audio a little later on from them, from the crew of the Orion, or it was the Orion. That's what was sitting on top of that big old rocket, and now the Orion is heading towards the moon. But the other big story, obviously, we're dealing with is Pam Bondi, fired yesterday, apparently Wednesday before the speech. Let me just read you what Jasmine Crockett had to say. I know who gives a crap about Jasmine Crockett, but you're hearing the same noxious crap from most Democrats right now. She was awful. She was doing illegal stuff. She wasn't handling It's all about the Epstein files from the left. This is what Jasmine Crockett had to write on social media. Well, first it was Kristi Noem. Now it's Pam Bondi. It would be too much like right that this is what she actually write. It would be too much like right that Pete be next. That Pete be next, y'all. I see a theme. He will throw the incompetent women under the bus a lot faster than the incompetent men. Jasmine Crockett continues. Boy, she ain't no Hemingway, is she? She ain't no Sylvia Plath. Let's just agree that America needs a do-over. The president nominated these awful people. The Republican-controlled Senate confirmed them. And, well, ... Too many people thought we should give this much power to the blank-grabbing, 6-time bankruptcy filing, 34-count convicted felon bestie of Epstein. It's Jasmine Crockett. Then in all caps, we need a do-over. But only if America would do better. Y'all. I added the y'all. It's implied. And, they're gloating. This is a great day for them, obviously. This is one of those topics. I would like to hear what you're thinking about this. I know when you start get that first cup of coffee down. Get that first cup of microplastics down first. And then feel free. It's also Good Friday. A lot of folks are off today, but give us a call, 210-599-5555. And again, as I mentioned, also, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, basically talked Dan Driscoll, the Army Chief of Staff, into retirement. We've seen some leadership changes within the military right now at the behest of Pete Hegseth. With this guy, Dan Driscoll, I guess there was some issue over a promotions list that Driscoll wanted, but Hegseth was not pleased with some of the folks nominated for or suggested for promotion. That's the answer they're giving as far as why he sort of insisted that Dan Driscoll retire. But again, you have a lot of motion going on right now as we pretty much at the after the Easter holiday begin the off-ramp towards the midterms. And I look at things very simply. Maybe this is, it seems to me, again, you combine the speech from Wednesday night with the ouster of Pam Bondi, and it seems to me like Trump is, again, not that he doesn't have cause, not that he doesn't have good reasons. I think the guy always has pretty good reasons for why he does stuff. But he's obviously moving the chess pieces around a bit in anticipation of the midterms. Pam Bondi was bringing him some unhappiness. I don't. He himself, I think, at some point had back in February, maybe, or where had posted stuff about how the Justice Department needs to get on the move. Nobody has been indicted for lying under oath. Nobody has been indicted for some of the legal crap that they went after Trump for. That there was no crime for which they tried to convict him of, over 100 felonies.
So we always say that there could be two truths, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there's truth in moving chess pieces for the midterms and satisfying his base.
Yeah.
And I think there's also, I wasn't happy with how you were performing, and I tend to fire people.
Well, he does. He is a guy, private. Well, I think
be true.
I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think he's a private sector guy. If you don't perform, if you're causing him pain, and while you're not performing, or he feels that somebody else, if he feels somebody else at any given moment is a better choice, he will go with the other person. It also helps that she was a source of criticism with the base, and we've talked about that off and on, for the past few weeks. People are not pleased with the way and it all goes back to what you've heard a lot this week as to why, and we've had people call us up and say so, as to why they voted for Donald Trump that third time. They voted for Trump that third time because they felt that a lot of politicians were breaking the law. A lot of folks were in their war against him, which is a de facto war against them. They wanted to see arrested, and they also are not pleased with the way things are going in Iran. We'll talk some more, 210-599-5585. We're slipping into spring, of course. You need that AC unit to be doing its job. If you're like me, you probably get hit up by companies all the time. Hey, I can replace that system for you. Talk to my friends at John Wayne. Have them come on out and take a look at your heating and AC system. In fact, whether it's your heating and AC, your plumbing, your electrical, they can handle everything, but you get straight answers and clear options with no pressure from my friends at John Wayne. They're not just going to roll in and start instantly saying you need a new AC system. That's why if you've had somebody do that to you, you need a second opinion, one you can trust from my friends at John Wayne. A second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. So I have my friends at John Wayne Service Company come on out and take a look at your AC system for you and make sure that you're getting a real genuine opinion you can trust, and that's what John Wayne does every single day. Let him make you smile by calling him up at 210-293-6700 or look him up online at johnwayne.com.
We think the best breed of dog is the rescue. KTSA is going to help no-kill rescue agencies around San Antonio with the food and homes they deserve. Join the voice of the National Dog Show, John O'Hurley, and the KTSA hosts for the two-day 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with John, us, and dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
This is Carla Hall for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
When the job has to get done, your equipment can't let you down. That's why choosing the right Kubota dealer matters after the sale. At Ewald Kubota, you can rely on fast repairs by expert technicians using genuine Kubota parts. And if your machine does need major repairs, we have rentals to keep you working. For all your equipment needs, come to the dealer you've trusted for over 75 years. Kubota equipment is built to last, but great service keeps it running. Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
The Easter Bunny? He's lost his dazzle. His tail? Flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, no more poof, see?
And those eggs? They're supposed to be spiffy, colorful, full of magic, but the trap, streaky, like they've been kissed by dust bunnies.
And when the cabbage we're shelling out for eggs, they ought to be the cat's pajamas. But nope, everything's on the fritz, and we know why.
Hard water.
Nasty build-up, filmy gunk. It's giving the whole shebang the heebie-jeebies.
It needs a Kinetico. Their line electric, high-efficiency water softness make water the bee's knees. Your skin, smoother than a gangster's alibi. And eggs?
Gleaming like gold in a G-Man's pocket.
For a limited time, get a free reverse osmosis drinking station, $400 off for trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months. Call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE. That's 210-656-PURE.
It's a limited time, so hop to it, see?
License number 38961.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn's showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
It's not raining yet, but it looks like there's plenty on the way. 90% chance of rain tomorrow, and Easter Sunday's got a pretty good chance as well. We'll keep you caught up. An Iranian bridge is taken out in a U.S. airstrike, and now the country's got just 3 days to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Deadline April 6th. Attorney General Pam Bondi is out. We'll get a look at who's in, at least on an acting basis. More on those stories and others on the way at 7 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 6:33.
Good morning. We are working a couple of stalls. This report sponsored by Blindster.com. Disabled vehicle 151 westbound Hunt Lane. It's off to the shoulder, and a broken down vehicle on 410 westbound Northwest Military Highway, right shoulder blocked. Otherwise, all our major freeway systems right now looking good. And we do expect a lot of traffic, heavier traffic later on this afternoon as a lot of folks head out for the Easter holiday. If you price custom blinds at retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, they do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, save big on custom blinds. Plus, they guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A thunderstorm in parts of the area today, the high of 88. Cloudy, humid, couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Periods of rain, some of them heavy, and a thunderstorm that could produce hail and damaging winds Saturday, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 1071.
6:34 on Ware and Rima. Trey is off today. He'll be back on Monday on News Talk 550, KTSA, FM 1071. Of course, the big story, a couple of big stories. Obviously, we're still following Orion. Now Orion, we're worried mostly about, well, it's just Orion now. The vehicular that is heading towards the moon. Again, we had an interview with the crew overnight. We'll play some of that audio a little later on. But the big political story, obviously, is the ouster of Pam Bondi as Attorney General. And as I was saying a few minutes ago, she had come under a lot of criticism from MAGA about the Epstein files, this list that file that she claimed she had sitting on her desk, which most people believe never really existed. They feel, and even the president has sort of reinforced this idea a couple of times on Truth Social. Where are the indictments? Where are the indictments? When are people going to go to jail? What, are they lying under oath? The people that went into a court of law against the president who didn't really have a case. It was extra legal. Where are the indictments? But mostly about the Epstein files. On the same day, and I think, and again, maybe I'm just seeing connections here. Maybe like my brother Trey Ware, I've got some conspiracy stuff going on in my noggin. But on the same day that Pam Bondi is essentially fired, although we find out that she has been fired, your new fraud czar, J.D. Vance, announces a whole bunch of arrests in L.A. Our task force, listen to this. Now, again, I don't know if it's connected. Trey says, everything is timing, and I agree with that. Our task force isn't wasting any time cracking down on fraud, is how he starts his post. This morning, in the L.A. area, federal law enforcement is taking down fraudsters who stole $50 million plus from Americans by defrauding our healthcare and hospice systems. Operation Never Say Die. That's exactly what it was called. Operation Never Say Die. We knew about this before. We've talked about this. That we were learning that in California they were ripping off the American taxpayer to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, possibly more, I would say, on healthcare services that didn't exist. This one, and I appreciate the title of the operation because there was a hospice system in California that was being ripped off for hospice services that were never delivered, that didn't exist. And anyone and pretty much everybody around here has had to deal with a loved one in hospice. The hospice people that came to my home when my mom was in her final days are people I will never forget for the rest of my life. And so again, we see fraud and corruption and political types and backdoor types and behind the scenes types making large amounts of money, in a sense, off of people at the most vulnerable of moments, and they tend to be people that they ordinarily claim they're there to help and lift up and fight for, and yet really they're just ripping them off, man. But I think it's interesting that when you're letting Pam Bondi go, and the idea behind that, and plus I think some people, I don't know. There's been criticism circling around her for a long time, and again, it always goes back to where the indictments, what's happening, nobody's getting arrested. I do think it's interesting that on the day that, or roughly at the same time that we're finding about her ouster, JD is out there front and center letting you know that we've arrested a whole bunch of people, 11 defendants in L.A. over Operation Never Say Die, including fraud in the hospice system of California. In other words, we canned her because she wasn't arresting anybody, but you know what? JD just arrested a whole bunch of people in L.A. So stuff is happening. Now, let me ask you this question. Again, I know it's Good Friday and a lot of people are off, but if you want to call us up, 210-599-5555. This may sound primitive and naive. I'm going to throw it out there anyway. I don't like Donald Trump on the defensive, and this all feels defensive to me. This all feels like a reaction to the criticisms he's receiving from within his own base. Not saying that he didn't want to get rid of Pam Bondi, not saying that, he didn't think it was important to address the American people on Wednesday night about Iran, but both of those news stories you can tie directly to MAGA criticism. Yeah? And stuff that we've been talking about over the past few weeks as far as what his support base, and I don't consider his support base the Republican Party. I consider his support base MAGA. Guys like Trey and me, who believe in everything the man put out there as far as this is a great nation, we're exceptional, we need to protect our border, we need to be proud of who we are. That's what put Donald Trump into office after he came down the escalator. Was that message? We are exceptional, and it's time to be that again. Because we had just slogged through 8 years of a guy who was telling us how racist and stupid and awful we were, and we should be ashamed to be Americans, even though everybody freaking wants to live here for some bizarre reason. And when I really started listening to Trump in 2015, because I thought he was a joke prior to that. I didn't think about Donald Trump prior to 2015. I didn't watch the damn show. I never read the book. He was a real estate guy. He was a TV guy. In fact, when on Facebook Memories where stuff comes up from 15 years ago, routinely when Trump was out there doing the birther stuff, routinely I would post, this guy's a joke. He's just looking for attention. I didn't take him seriously at all. But then when I started listening, when he actually announced he was running for president, and I started listening to the messaging, it was D.C. is a freaking swamp. America is exceptional. It's time to be proud of who we are again. It's time to become a strong nation in the world. We're getting ripped off left and right. And what did you hear in that first campaign? I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to drain the swamp. And again, Pam Bondi was getting a lot of crap from MAGA, and we've talked about it on this show. Hey, when's the swamp draining going to start kicking in? When's that going to start happening? Bubba Clinton was just lying his ass off under oath behind the. They're all there lying their asses off under oath. Why are they getting arrested? Whether it's Fauci or people caught up in the Epstein thing, Pam Bondi isn't. She claims she has this file that we don't believe actually exists, sitting on her desk. Things are not happening. Now, the other side of the story is we do go back to the pictures of Pam Bondi that I saw all over Fox yesterday of her. Apparently, this would have been after she had found out or had this conversation with Donald Trump that she was, being let go or moving on, and she's smiling. Everybody keeps, emphasizing the idea that she has some private sector gig that she's taken on, that she is very excited. She herself, in her own, social media post, said, "I'm excited for this private sector opportunity I have coming up." So we don't know exactly what that is, but it may be kind of a happy coming together of, well, maybe Trump did want to get rid of her. She's bringing him a lot of shade, a lot of criticism coming up on a very important midterm cycle.
Well,
and at the same time, she's maybe she's sick of it. Maybe she wants out.
What major case has she brought since she's been
I can't really think of one.
Yeah, we should be able to name one.
I can't name one.
Yeah.
Can you? I can't.
It's how she messed up last February to say that she had a list.
That's
on her
exactly
desk
what it is, yeah.
As we speak. And then a couple of days later or a week later, I don't have a list.
Yeah, that's really what did her in.
And I think the next one to go is Kash Patel.
Maybe. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me right now. Trump is my sense is he's cleaning house going into the midterms. Well, he's because you're right. She's been under the microscope since the Epstein claim.
And then Kash Patel too.
He was supposed to be arresting people, and stuff was supposed to start happening in regards to the Epstein thing.
I think he gives them a certain amount of time once they're chosen and they're on the cabinet. He gives them a certain amount of time to get the job done, and if you're not getting it done, you're fired.
You're fired. That's his famous line. You're fired.
Yep.
He's kind of.
We're still friends, but I gotta make things happen.
And he
here.
makes it nice. He makes it a nice firing by giving Kristi Noem some kind of other title, giving Pam Bondi some kind of other title.
She's getting some private sector. She's whatever that is going to be.
Well, I'm sure he'll help her with that.
Oh yeah, know. She's not going to be like the assistant manager at the Valero. Okay, she's what I mean. She's not not that that's a bad gig.
He kills
I respect the hell out of you people. What?
He kills them softly.
Well, but he does cut them loose, and that's a very private sector guy kind of thing to do. You know how it normally goes with politicians. They last forever, long after they have largely proven themselves to be completely inept at whatever job they have. Trump don't roll that way, and he knows how important these midterms are.
Yep.
That's why he's doing Iran right now, I think, is because I may not be able to do this a year from now.
I think the next whack-a-mole is going to be Kash Patel and then Tulsi Gabbard.
You think Tulsi's? I was thinking about Tulsi yesterday.
Yeah, but she looks like she wants to resign anyway.
She's got kind of a look in her eye like, I've had enough of this crap.
Her last testimony's been nothing.
It can't be, well, in Pam Bondi, it can't be easy. Like, that's kind of what did Kristi Noem in, was the testimony. It can't be easy being a part of that cabinet. Just because you're Trump's cabinet, you're under a level of scrutiny that perhaps we've never really seen before, in the sense that everybody, a lot of people in your own party want you gone, or in your own party wish you failure. The Democrats are on you like a junkyard dog 24/7, no matter what department you're heading. I would think working for Trump, and just energy level, I think working for Trump would be exhausting. I'm serious, from the exposure and the amount of work, and you got to show some results.
Bongino bailed. Yeah, he
went back to the private sector.
He wasn't asked to leave.
Nothing was. I mean, we didn't hear anything bad about Dan Bongino. Not really. I mean, maybe in relation to Kash Patel, but not really. And Bongino's like, I'm going back to the private sector.
I don't know
where
about
I can
Dan
scream,
Bongino.
where I can scream my brains out.
Yeah,
and say whatever I want to say.
He's a volcano waiting to happen.
Yeah, that's why he left the administration, Elaine, is because he doesn't want to be quiet. He wants to be loud and boisterous.
He likes to sit. He can drop the F-bomb and call people out to their face.
I never thought that was a good pick anyhow.
I think he served a decent purpose while he was there.
He just wants to be in front of a camera and yell and scream.
Well, he is. That's back where he belongs. All right. We got to take a break and get to where we belong time-wise. 210-599-5555. It's Sean. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. It's going to be a wet Easter weekend, mostly cloudy, breezy, and very warm, with a thunderstorm in parts of the area for Good Friday, a high of 88. Breezy tonight, cloudy and humid again. More showers, more heavy thunderstorms. Watch for flash flooding. A low of 67 tomorrow. More of the same. Might see some hail and damaging winds. Be careful out there. A high of 78. 73 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. In good shape as you head into your early morning commute. This report sponsored by True Green. About a 15-minute ride along 1604 westbound, 281 on over to 35. On Loop 410 westbound from 37 on over to 35. That's about a 10-12 minute ride. We do have that stall on the southeast side at 37 northbound at South Cross, now off to the shoulder. Warmer weather is here and the weeds aren't far behind, but the lawn care pros at True Green, ready. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com by April 7th and get 6 weeks free. Let the pros do the work so you can enjoy your weekend. Restrictions apply. See site for details. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You save all that money for retirement, and now you're watching the market like a hawk.
They freak out, sell, go into cash, and say, well, when this is all over, I'll get back in. What we're really talking about here is market timing. The blink of an eye, 7 years is gone, and, what have you lost?
Helping you with markets, taxes, and common sense retirement advice. Jay Kirkwood and Clear Skies Retirement. Sundays at noon, right here on KTSA.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
Trey Ware for Bathwise, formerly Safe Showers, delivering fast 2-day bath and shower remodels all across San Antonio. Customized showers with grab bars, seating, and low threshold to keep you safe. $1,500 off, but hurry! This offer won't last long. Military discounts available too. Bathwise.com.
Hi there, it's Mike Hermes, co-host of the What's It Worth show.
And I'm Holly Hermes, and together we're the father-daughter real estate team with over 50 years of real estate experience.
Whether you're buying or selling or just curious about the market, we've got you covered with years of experience.
So don't miss out. Tune in every Saturday from 3 to 4 p.m. right here on News Talk KTSA.
Sponsored by Security Service Mortgage Company,
Security Service Title Company,
Security Service Insurance Company,
and Stevens Roofing.
My name is Jessica. Years ago, I was diagnosed with a thyroid condition. I slept all the time, was fatigued, had no energy, and a bad attitude. Now I've lost 50 pounds and I'm still losing. My medications have been scaled back, my emotions are stable, and I have lots of energy. People at work say I'm happy, perky, and my husband says he's not walking on eggshells around me any longer. The Institute for Functional Health changed my life.
Call for your complimentary consultation, 210-468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you've priced custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America and God bless Texas.
And we're back, 6:52 on Good Friday, 2026. News Talk 550, KTSA, FM 107.1. It's good. It is Good Friday, so the Passion Play will be going on downtown and a lot of activity as we enter the holiest date of the calendar, really, for the Christian
I
faith.
think it starts at 9:30.
9:30.
And then the procession starts at 10.
I've always wanted to attend, and I've never seen it. I've never actually been down there when the Passion Play is going on, but I always have wanted to. They really go all out, and we got to talk about Nigeria a little later on too, because that got very little coverage on Palm Sunday. You had some pretty bad carnage at the hands of radical Muslims against the Christians in the south central area part of Nigeria. Muslim zealots and terrorists from the north came down and just ran through the villages where they were having Palm Sunday celebrations and just started indiscriminately shooting people. Whoever is running Nigeria said they're all going to put a curfew in place. Called them hoodlums. Made no religious references whatsoever. The curfew went away last night, and they went right back to killing people, killing Christians. Hacked a guy to death with machetes just walking down the street. But we are, we are going into the again on Palm Sunday, and Christians are targeted at this time of year, obviously, by very, very bad people. So our prayers go out to the Christian community of Nigeria. You know, we often talk about how Donald Trump, I think Elaine and I were joking about this earlier in the week, about how the guy is like, multitasking doesn't even cover what that guy does. I mean, yesterday, he's just fired his attorney general. He blew up the tallest bridge in Iran. For Christian reporting on that. The tallest bridge in Iran, it really hasn't even been around it's only been around for like a year or two. And they took it out because they were using it to transport, munitions and stuff. JD is arresting a bunch of guys in L.A., a bunch of dudes in L.A. for fraud involving the hospice system. All this is going on. Hegseth is letting the Army's chief of staff go. But Trump still has time to deal with Bruce Springsteen. Trump still has... I have it in my head, and we did like that, we got to let Pam go. Oh, hang on, I'm doing this thing over here with Springsteen. He's got like the phone in one hand, hitting Truth Social while he's rearranging his cabinet with the other hand. Meanwhile, okaying operations in Iran on an hourly, minute by minute basis. But he did. He had to deal with Bruce Springsteen, who was, starting his, I don't know what the hell No Kings crap or whatever the hell it is. The tour for the little guy where the cheap seats are between $700 and $1,000. And this is what President Trump had to say about Bruce Springsteen. And then coming up at 7:05, we'll talk about the interview with the Artemis crew, the Orion crew overnight. This is what Trump, he had time to post this about Bruce Springsteen. Bad and very boring singer, Bruce Springsteen. I don't know if I can get through it without cracking up. The president actually makes me LOL. Bad and very boring singer, Bruce Springsteen, who looks like a dried up prune, who has suffered greatly from the work of a really bad plastic surgeon, has long had a horrible and incurable case of Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He goes on, the guy is a total loser who spews hate against a president who won a landslide election, including the popular vote, all 7 swing states, and 86% of the counties across America. He said, President Joe Biden and the Democrats, this is all in the Bruce Springsteen post. Our country was dead, all caps, and now we have the hottest country by far anywhere in the world. All caps, MAGA should boycott his overpriced concerts, which suck. This is the president, which suck. Save your hard-earned money, America is back. He just said his concerts suck. He's the president. He's the president of the United States.
Yeah, the truth hurts.
I'm sorry. I'm with Gutfeld at this point. We don't deserve Donald Trump, okay? We just don't deserve this guy. His overpriced concerts, which suck. He had time to take care of Bruce Springsteen yesterday amidst everything else. Of course, Springsteen talks to the Minnesota Star Tribune and responds, my job is very simple. I do what I want to do. I say what I want to say, and then people get to say what they want to say about it. Now, what's problematic about that statement? I thought we had a king, dude. I thought you weren't able to do and say what you want to say and do. Just saying. But your concerts do suck. We'll take a break. It's Ware and Rima on Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Hey, it's Sean. If your AC is struggling, my friends at John Wayne can help you fast. Call John Wayne for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. One company for the whole house. You get straight answers and clear options with no pressure. Now, if you think you need a new AC system, get a free estimate from John Wayne. Especially if another company told you that you need a big repair or a full replacement, get a free second opinion from John Wayne. A second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. Plus, a free estimate helps you compare your options and make a smart decision. John Wayne can inspect your system, explain what's going on, and tell you what makes the most sense. They handle AC repairs and full replacements every day here in San Antonio. So call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online. Either way, it's easy to get on the schedule, and you can see these great coupon offers plus other current deals on the John Wayne website. Click coupons for details. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA.
It's 7 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. No weather warnings or advisories at the moment, but that could change later tonight. Easter weekend looking pretty wet for San Antonio and the Hill Country. National Weather Service giving the Alamo City a 90% chance of showers tomorrow. Hill Country up to 99%. You can expect cooler temperatures as well. Severe weather expected through at least Sunday and possibly Monday. U.S. intelligence now shows around half of Iran's missile launchers are still intact. That means there's still work to do as the war that's continuing now for more than a month. Even though the U.S. and Israel appear to be winning that war, militarily speaking, oil prices remain high while the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Correspondent Lionel Moise with more.
President Trump posting overnight the U.S. hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next, then electric power plants. Iran's foreign minister earlier posting striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender.
President Trump's giving Iran leadership until Monday to open the Strait of Hormuz to oil shipping. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General, and her replacement might be giving a clue as to why he might be taking over.
President Trump ousted Bondi and put Todd Blanche in.
I'm honored that President Trump has asked me to step in as acting.
On Fox News, he rejected speculation that she was fired over her handling of the Epstein files.
We should all be very grateful to the Attorney General for her sacrifice for this country and for what she did.
But he did acknowledge the president's frustration.
What we saw happen for the past 4 years is unforgivable and can never happen again.
That's correspondent Stacey Lynn. A man accused of 2 murders a year apart now has 2 sentences in prison.
Both of those sentences are 50 years, and they'll be served concurrently by 18-year-old Rene Gonzalez. He was accused of shooting up a house in late 2022, and 25-year-old Novita Brazil was shot and killed inside her home. Investigators say the house was the wrong target. While Gonzalez was out on bail, he shot and killed 54-year-old Gabriel Gonzalez, who had been trying to break up a fight. John Cruz, KTSA News.
Time now for a look at KTSA Sports, sponsored by Connecticut Quality Water Systems. And here we go with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, De'Aaron Fox scored 22 points on 9 of 13 shooting as the Spurs took down the Clippers last night, 118-99. The Spurs will return to action and wrap up a 3-game roadie in Denver when they take on the Nuggets tomorrow afternoon at 2. In college hoops, the Final Four is finally here. We'll get it tomorrow at 5 p.m. as UConn takes on Illinois. That's followed by the battle of the 1 seeds in Arizona and Michigan at 7:49 p.m. Mark your watch. And in the Valero Texas Open, Mark Hubbard holds a 1-shot lead at the end of the first round. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and a look at KTSA AccuWeather on the way next at 5:50. KTSA and FM 107.1.
The Easter Bunny? He's lost his dazzle. His tail? Flatter than a pancake. Yeah, no more poof, see? And those eggs? They're supposed to be spiffy, colorful, full of magic, but the trap streaky, like they've been kissed by dust bunnies.
And when the cabbage we're shelling out for eggs, they ought to be the cat's pajamas. But nope, everything's on the fritz, and we know why.
Hard water.
Nasty build-up, filmy gunk. It's giving the whole shebang the heebie-jeebies.
It needs a Connecticut. Their non-electric, high-efficiency water softness make water the bee's knees. Your skin, smoother than a gangster's alibi. And eggs?
Gleaming like gold in a G-Man's pocket.
For a limited time, get a free reverse osmosis drinking station, $400 off for trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months. Call Connecticut of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE. That's 210-656-PURE.
It's a limited time, so hop to it, say.
License number 38961.
Domestic violence is one of the most widespread crimes in Texas, yet one of the least reported. When someone walks through the doors of the Battered Women and Children Shelter, they're looking for safety. Help exists, and it's closer than you think. Christie's Hope supports the shelter with housing, trauma recovery, and long-term aid. Thomas J. Henry stands with us in our commitment to end domestic violence. If you or someone you love needs help, visit christieshope.org.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 7:05. Let's get a quick check of KTSA time saver traffic.
Good morning. As you head into your early morning commute, still in good shape. 281 southbound from Basse to 35. No delays. 35 northbound, 410 to 1604, 5-7-minute ride. I-10 eastbound, 410 to 1604. That is flowing freely. And on 1604 westbound, I-10 to 281, that's about a 20-minute commute. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy, breezy, very warm today. A thunderstorm in parts of the area, the high of 88. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Humid with periods of rain, some of them heavy. A thunderstorm too for Saturday, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
73 degrees, cloudy right now, San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
6 minutes after 7 on Ware and Rima. Trey will be back on Monday. We'll get back to normal on Monday. Meanwhile, it is Good Friday 2026. He has risen, or almost, in a few days. Today we have the Passion Play going on downtown. A lot of events. A lot of folks are off today. We're here, though, and we woke up to the crew of the Orion doing some live shots last night. And I was kind of confused as to who did but they talked to ABC, they talked to Fox News, I guess, earlier. They're going to talk to Fox News.
They just put it up there that they're going to do an interview about 11 o'clock tonight on Fox.
11 o'clock, which I guess would probably be 10 o'clock our time, or roughly. So they obviously the timing is
they're
such
making the rounds.
They're doing a press run before they get to the dark side, basically, and can't talk to anybody because there's going to be a blackout at some point when they're on the opposite side of the moon, where they're not going to be able to talk to anybody. And so they've just begun their journey towards the moon. So they did a bunch of, they were speaking with the press live last night.
What do they call it in the movies when you're on the red carpet? Step and repeat? They're doing a press run? A junket?
They're doing a junket while floating. It is kind of, I wonder what that's like. I've never experienced anything like zero gravity. I did a thing many, many years ago where I rode around with a guy in a little two-seater jet airplane for a radio station, and he sort of kind of gave me just a couple of seconds of what zero gravity feels like. They're living in it, and I'd sent James some audio. But let's play that. Your choice, the first one or the second one. It's either way. It's fascinating stuff to listen to as far as what their experience was like, both taking off. Because you look at those pictures and you realize Artemis is just a skyscraper-sized or a building-sized tube of flammable liquid, or not even liquid, really.
We'll do the one where they're describing the beauty of stuff.
Yeah,
but there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth, and I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment. But you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all four of us in our tracks.
I believe that was Reed Wiseman, if I'm not mistaken, or is that Victor Glover? They were talking about when they first looked back and saw the Earth. And we're actually going to hear from Victor Glover in the next bit of audio where he describes realizing that all of humanity, everything we've ever been, everything we are, is basically on that ball right there, hanging in this great expanse. Christina Koch, who is the mission specialist, also at one point, they did about 10 minutes last night, about 18 minutes. They went roughly about as long as the president did on Wednesday night. Christina Koch, they asked her about the toilet, who had to handle, because they had some toilet problems, which she said is the most important, actually at times is the most important piece of equipment on the damn thing, and you can envision why that is. And they actually have their own bathroom. They have a separate compartment for which is new.
And before they lifted off, they talked about wearing the diapers too.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you never know if that's not working, or if you're in something goes wrong and you have to stay in your spacesuits. Christina Koch being the mission specialist, it was her job to deal with she basically had to plunge the toilet on the damn thing. But let's listen to some of that other audio. I believe this is Victor Glover, who is the pilot.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling, and what message do you want to send to the American people about what you're seeing out that window?
Well, the first thing I would say is trust us. You look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. You know, Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or what you look like. We're all one people. And so, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. We call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give us one of those that we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Wow. Now, that some people are going to hear that and go, oh, I'm smelling wokeness. But, okay, if you're having like a woke reaction to that in any way, shape, or form, okay, and maybe I'm layering that onto it. I didn't have that. For me, it's like the guy is looking down at the planet. He's looking down at this thing that we live on. And this thing upon which we live is largely covered in what? Right, that wet stuff. All of us, all of our history, again, everything that we are exists on the little bits of land that creep up through all that wet stuff. All of human history, which brought us to this moment where this thing took off on Wednesday. And he's right. In order to pull that off, you need technological and scientific understanding from around the globe. Okay, the Artemis rocket was being described on Wednesday as the most complex vehicle human beings have ever created. Of Orion, like I said, it's advanced in its own way, because you look at that rocket and you realize they're just sitting in this little thing at the very top of it, which is the Orion vehicle, which is what they're going to swing around the moon in, which itself is highly advanced compared to those kinds of capsules that we've sent up before. And, we kind of chuckle and say, well, it's got its own bathroom. Do you realize what an advance that is? The fact that they have a private bathroom on this thing, that if you watch the video, they're in a very small space. I don't know how you guys are, but I know Trey and I talk about this on the air a lot too, in that I'm a guy who needs a lot of personal space. I can't I can't deal with being, I'd probably lose being just in a space that small for an extended period of time would probably make me nuts. And it's a fascinating. You should watch it. Like I said, the video's out there from NASA. They're going to, as Elaine pointed out, they're going to talk to Fox News again tonight at 11 p.m., which I believe I think maybe I don't know what time zone that is, but tonight they'll be talking to Fox News, and they'll be well on their way for the next part of their mission. They've spent the past 24 hours, as I understood, testing a lot of stuff. Obviously, testing the engine they have to fire off that shoots them towards the moon. Testing the suits in case something bad happens and there's a leak of some kind. Again, Christina Koch. I'm going to say it. Wow, the woman had to plunge the toilet. Isn't that terrible? I'm just being a jerk. That
sounds like what I do here.
Right, the woman had to take care of the toilet, man. I'm just pointing that out. The dudes couldn't do it. She had to take care of
If
it.
that's the case, I would dictate what you're going to be eating for the next 10 days.
It's really interesting stuff. It really is. And again, if you get a chance to watch it, they're describing what sleeping is like in zero gravity. And I think it was Reed Weissman, who's the commander, who said, it's great, but he said, I kept dreaming. I think, I'm trying to think, actually it might have been Jeremy Hansen, because I think it's his first time in space, if I'm not incorrect about that. So this is his first experience being, the others, I guess, have already been up there, beyond the atmosphere. And he was describing what sleeping is like, because they took like a 2-hour nap at some point yesterday.
Did they dream?
Well, he did. He said he kept dreaming he was falling off a curb. You ever have one of those dreams where you wake up where you feel like you're falling?
Yeah.
I have them a lot where it's like, and you wake up.
And you do a little jolt.
Yeah, we've all been there, right? He said that's what he experienced. He kept waking up because he's just floating. I got to take a break too. So he kept waking up from a dream of falling. But again, he's trying to take a nap, catch some Z's in total weightlessness, which has got to be a little surreal.
One of my margarita nights.
It's like Elaine having one too many margaritas. I just keep waiting. I remember those days. I'm falling, but usually I actually was. Your AccuWeather forecast for today. Mostly cloudy, breezy, very warm, but thunderstorms in parts of the area. High of 88, breezy tonight, cloudy and humid. More showers, heavy thunderstorms. Watch for flash flooding. A low of 71. It is currently 73 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your early morning commute, still in good shape. 281 southbound from Basse to 35. No delays. 35 northbound, 410 to 1604, 5-7-minute ride. I-10 eastbound, 410 to 1604. That is flowing freely. And on 1604 westbound, I-10 to 281, that's about a 20-minute commute. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time Saver Traffic.
Breaking news, bold analysis, and the stories shaping our future. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, it's Sean. If you want to prevent an AC breakdown at your home, start with the $89 AC tune-up from John Wayne. This tune-up includes a full 35-point inspection to keep your AC running factory fresh. Now, they don't just glance at it. They go through the system step by step. John Wayne will remove the top of your condenser fan to clean the inside of your unit properly from the inside out. That deep cleaning helps remove debris that can rust out the base of your unit. A tune-up can also help your system run better, longer, and more reliably when the heat hits. And if your system is older and you're ready for an upgrade, ask about their new AC system options. John Wayne has a cooling coupon for up to $3,000 off new qualifying AC systems. See their current offers online at johnwayne.com. Call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online and get it knocked out before the next heat wave. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup. Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. Let us help you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Ewald Kubota location today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select Kubota compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. So stop by any Ewald Kubota location or visit ewaldkubota.com.
Now through June 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
At some point, body pain may creep in and become your reality that day. But Aleve is here to keep you moving. One pill gives you up to 12 hours of body pain relief. So don't let pain hold you back. Try Aleve today. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Joe Pags, and you're listening to News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071. Stay connected.
And we're back. It's Ware and Rima, 19 minutes after 7 on Good Friday. Trey is off today. Again, he'll be back on Monday. And we're talking about all the stories. It's just been a hell of a week, man. I started off the show saying, normally a holiday week or going into a holiday, it's kind of a slow week, news day. Not this week, man. We've had some history-making stuff going on just about every day. We'll get back to talking about Pam Bondi getting fired, essentially, and what we think about that. As I mentioned, some other things that happened. Pete Hegseth strongly suggested that the Army Chief of Staff, Dan Driscoll, retire after some disagreements over some promotions. We just played some audio from space with the Artemis crew, the Orion crew. I'm going to get into some crap at Don Lemon. I don't care how he pronounces it. He's Don freaking Lemon to me. He was on The View yesterday, and I'm not going to play any audio from that because I actually have some respect for my audio. I just can't force that on you. It's Good Friday. I don't want you to have to sit and listen to the freaking View, so I'll just tell you what happened. It was the usual moron parade that it normally is. Only this time with the extra added ingredient of Don Lemon saying he got the N-word treatment when he was arrested at the church. And some other things. But one thing we have to deal with is Tiger Woods. It's kind of half and half on like the body cam stuff being released. I mean, I understand he's a famous guy. Non-famous people have to deal with their body cam footage being released whenever there's some kind of question. I'm glad they have the cameras. It was a big deal, a big bit of controversy in Minneapolis about, our Border Patrol people and ICE people not having body cams. In the death of Renee Good, I remember, there was controversy until folks were able to see all the different video footage, including the footage being taken by the officer. I think, especially with the way law enforcement is being targeted, really, they need the body cams, and I'm glad they have them. They have a record of what happens in their interactions with people. With Tiger Woods, it's very sad and disturbing. Well, what happened yesterday is they reveal, and we don't have to. Maybe we'll play it. Maybe we won't. It's only a one-word response, but he's interacting with the police. I think I don't know if they've already done the roadside tests or not at that point, but they had determined he was impaired. He failed a breathalyzer, but not failed. He actually passed a breathalyzer test for alcohol. There were 0.0. He had no booze. He found a couple of hydrocodones in his pocket. And he, obviously has had like 7 surgeries or something insane like that. This is a second DUI he's been involved in, which, if it were anybody else and it was your second DUI, you'd never drive again. Or you wouldn't for a very, very, very long time. You certainly wouldn't be allowed to leave the country. Okay, I'm going to grant you that. A judge ruled that he could seek treatment. And very often what happens, and this is what a lawyer would argue if you're going into, deliberations over what to do with you as far as arraignment and stuff like that. You get your second DUI. They're going to, in the time, if you demand a jury trial, which he did, in the intervening time, the idea is to go to rehab and get clean, so that if and when the trial comes around, you can say, "Hey, I went through rehab. I've been treated. I'm clean." It helps you. That's and plus, just for your own sake, you need the help. And if he's addicted to opioids, which I've dealt with, he needs to be in a place. As I said yesterday, that is a physical addiction. That is not just some guy wants to party and I want to do some more pain meds. It's when you're somebody who has been through multiple surgeries like he has, and Trump even said this. He's been in a lot of pain. You're getting prescribed some pain meds. And if you're taking pain meds that you are prescribed. Now, Limbaugh got into getting it from other sources. I think Limbaugh was because he got into OxyContin. And if I remember correctly, he would get it from one of the people that worked for him or something like that. if Tiger Woods has a problem with opioids and he's gotten into getting them from other sources other than a doctor prescribing them to him, then he's got some serious problems. I don't know if that's happening or not. That's just me talking. But the judge said he could leave the country because he's Tiger Woods. He's one of the most famous people in the world, and seek rehab internationally where, the privacy concerns won't be such an issue. The news story yesterday, though, if you watch the body cam footage, is he takes a call, or he's on the phone, and the officers say, hey, we need you to come back over here, and this is what happened.
Mr. Woods, get you to hang out down here with us, please.
Thank you so much. All right, you got it. All right, thank you. Bye. Say again?
And just keep you down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
I was talking to the president. Now, as we already discussed, it's entirely possible he was. I don't know if at that particular moment that was the time to drop that, that probably was not the time if he was, in fact, talking to the president. As James pointed out earlier, right, guys, Trump has already said he did talk to him, but he didn't specify a time when he spoke with Woods. Woods is dating his former daughter-in-law right now. And his granddaughter's mom. So he's obviously on that inner circle. They've known each other for a very long time, both being golf guys. It's not inconceivable that in such a moment where he's, just flipped his car, which is the second time he's done something like that. And again, we all keep saying it. Thank you, Jesus, nobody was hurt. If you look at the expanded video of that, you see where he was driving. He was in a neighborhood. He was in his neighborhood. Streets are very narrow. There's not a lot of room. I live in one of those neighborhoods where there's just not a lot of room, with the cars. Something really, really bad could have happened when he flipped that Land Rover. So thank God nobody was injured, and he walked away from it. So I don't know. Maybe he's stressing, and he's like dialing up the president. I don't know. But you know what I mean? It's not a good look. And everything is optics right now. Everything on the short form videos and little video bites. And, Tiger throwing out there, hey, I was talking to the president is not, exact. I don't know if that exactly helps him in the public eye, that moment. You know what I mean? But again, if he's got a serious opioid addiction, my heart goes out to him, and whatever you need to do, dude, to get away from that stuff. But, he may not be able to, because if he's in continued pain, you have to have something just to function. 210-599-5555. It's Good Friday on Ware and Rima. Trey will be back on Monday on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Rescue dogs may have incredible backstories and appetites. San Antonio's no-kill dog rescues want to nourish all these good dogs until they find forever homes. So it's time again for the KTSA 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with National Dog Show voice John O'Hurley, us, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know the moment. You're leading a big meeting. Everyone's watching, but the projector won't connect.
The screen stays blank. The sound is cutting out. The pressure's on, and the technology is failing you.
Now it's awkward. You're apologizing, scrambling, wasting time.
And your client is wondering if this is how you run your business.
At Bjorn's, we eliminate that problem with business AV solutions that are professional, seamless, and built to perform.
Our systems are easy to use with wireless control, dependable sound, and flawless video.
Whether you're meeting in a small room or a large conference space, we make sure your tech is ready to go every time.
So you look sharp, feel confident, and stay focused on what matters, your message.
We design, install, and support everything you need to turn frustrating meetings into smooth, impressive ones.
Don't let outdated equipment cost you your next deal.
Upgrade your conference room today.
Because if it's technology,
it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
It's $1,500 off your new walk-in shower. Hi, Trey Ware here. Bathwise is your go-to for all things bathroom. Bathwise, formerly Safe Showers, does 2-day hassle-free shower remodels all over San Antonio. They make your space a whole lot safer and more beautiful without weeks of noise and no grout to worry about. If you're thinking about a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub, slip-resistant flooring, grab bars, bathroom upgrades that look sharp and function a whole lot better, it's the kind of upgrade that helps you stay confident in your home as the year roll on. Get a free no-obligation consultation, too. Custom upgrades that will make your bath safer and increase your home's value. And right now, get $1,500 off a new walk-in shower, but this offer won't last long. Get your free quote now at bathwise.com and special discounts for veterans, too. Go to bathwise.com today and take advantage of this special deal, but hurry, it won't last long. Get a free no-obligation consultation, too. $1,500 off bathwise.com.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia is sharing intelligence with Iran, but is that making any difference in the war happening against the U.S. and Israel? Gas prices are higher than they were a month ago, but what about the Biden administration? We'll check out some numbers coming up. And today is Good Friday. Thousands expected downtown. We got full details on the way at 8 o'clock. KTSA News Time 7:32.
Good morning. Looks like a couple of new trouble spots. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Let's start with this accident, 35 southbound, that on-ramp from Tupper Wine. That rig is blocking part of the entrance ramp. 90 eastbound, that off-ramp to Hunt Lane, that's a stall. The right shoulder of the exit ramp blocked. And on 410 westbound Fredericksburg Road, that stall is now off to the shoulder. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time Saver Traffic.
A thunderstorm in parts of the area today, the high of 88. Cloudy, humid, couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Periods of rain, some of them heavy, and a thunderstorm that could produce hail and damaging winds Saturday, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 73 degrees. It's mostly cloudy at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 1071.
7:33 on Ware and Rima. Trey is off again today. He'll be back on Monday, the day after Easter. It's Ware and Rima. The phone lines are open, 210-599-5555. Christian was just reporting on the Passion Play downtown. San Antonio is renowned for its Passion Play. The procession begins at Travis Park, obviously, ends up at San Fernando and Cathedral. And it's something that I've wanted to see every year I have lived here, which is now almost 15 years. That's hard to believe, but I've just never made it. And usually, at least for the past 7 years, because I've been working. But it is something to see. And, you know, I spoke yesterday about Holy Thursday, and I always kind of focus on the Garden of Gethsemane. But, you know, it's also the Last Supper and the winding up of his ministry, essentially. Jack mentioned the washing of the feet, which he had kind of a chuckle. Like, yeah, I can't. Jack, who is a devout Catholic, and I have so much respect for him in that regard. Well, in all regards, but you know, he said that's the only part he ever has issue with is he can't do the feet washing part. And now we go into Good Friday, and we call it Good Friday, obviously, even though a lot of really bad stuff happens today. And the point of a passion play is, frankly, to make you feel it. It's bloody. It's graphic. This is a long, bad day for Jesus, for our Lord, at the hands of people who he inherently loves, given his nature. And I really do like the Mel Gibson movie, which is pretty much what the Mel Gibson movie is basically a passion play. I believe they started filming the sequel, which is a little odd since it was 20 years ago. Caviezel's looking a little older than his early 30s there. I'm just saying. I think they're going to use AI or another actor or something to do the next part. But if you've never seen a passion play, the Gibson movie is a pretty good one. And Mel Gibson paid a lot of attention to detail in the filming and the production of that movie. They were Jesus and his guys were speaking. They were speaking actual Aramaic, and of course the Romans were speaking Greek. And you see this. Elaine has never seen it, and I was talking to you yesterday about how you got to be really ready to see that if you've never seen it. In the movie, the scourging goes on for about 30 minutes when he's getting whipped, essentially, and it shows you the progression from the whips to the whips with little bits of metal on them and all that, and it's very graphic. The Passion Play Downtown is very graphic, and that's the point, is to make you understand the level of suffering that is involved in a Roman session of torture, because they wanted to make an example of him especially. Now, at that time, you had a lot of people claiming to be the Messiah. Messiah theology was all over the Jewish world at that point. Had been prophesied through Scripture for a long, long time. And in a sense, at that time, in the Roman Empire, and especially in Jerusalem, you had a Messiah every 5 feet. I'm not making light of Jesus. I'm just kind of trying to explain some of the culture that was going on at that time. You had all kinds of dudes who were claiming they were that. The Romans crucified entire families of people, and they would lead them along the highway so that you could see them. All the Romans cared about was peace in the streets. They didn't give a crap about messianic prophecy or any of that stuff. We just don't want no trouble. We want things nice and calm. And so on Good Friday, what you have is a culmination of the Jewish aristocracy who were deeply threatened by a guy like Jesus. He'd already crossed he'd already upset them enough just by his very existence and his style of preaching and his ministry, making a relationship with God a very personal thing. And he'd called them asps and liars and hypocrites and all that stuff. So they didn't like him. They just didn't like him. He was a thorn in their side, so to speak, and then he committed the ultimate sin by tipping over all the roulette tables and fish oil kiosks in the temple in a moment of righteous anger about his father's house. And Jesus pretty much knew at that point he knew what was coming. Jesus knew when he went into the garden in the early morning, the late hours and early morning of this Friday. He knew what was coming, and he knew it was going to be bad. Because he knew, first off, the Romans were going to make an example of him. And the Jewish aristocracy, the high priests, wanted to make an example of him. In other words, don't be preaching this stuff no more. Don't be messing with our gig as high priests, which a lot of people don't know this, was largely a family thing. I mean, Caiaphas and Annas were son-in-law and father-in-law. They were related by marriage. I mean, who became a high priest in Jerusalem at that time was largely a family succession. It wasn't because you were a really great priest or you really knew your stuff about the faith. It was none of that. It was who you're related to. It was very much like our own political system in a sense here now, as far as who gets favor and who gets an appointment and who ascends to the level of high priest. And when you're the high priest and you're looking at just the construction of the temple, which culminates in the Holy of Holies, which is a room that only the high priest can even enter. So it's heady stuff. And Jesus, his ministry was messing with all of that, basically. And he was insulting them to their faces. Well, not insulting them. He was speaking their truth. And sometimes he did that with the high priests around a table while they were sharing a meal. So they really didn't like him, and they really wanted to make an example of him, and they did. Now, as far as a Roman scourging, most of the time it's not going to go on for 30 minutes like portrayed in the movie because the human body can't survive that kind of torture for that extended period of time. Everything I've read says a Roman scourging probably took around anywhere between a minute to 4 to 5 to 7 minutes because you'll die. You can't stand that kind. They're literally ripping the skin off your body. But the point, and then they nail you to a crossbeam, basically, which was like I said, standard practice in the Roman Empire because it was a way of keeping order. This is what will happen to you if you screw around here in a Roman territory. And again, this is a government. We talk about no kings. Bruce Springsteen runs his mouth about how, we live under a king, right? Because it's Donald Trump, and he wants to maintain the border a bit. He wants like pedophiles and child sex traffickers out of the country, and that makes him a king. No, what makes you a king is just to make an example to keep so people won't break local laws. We're gonna nail your entire family to a bunch of crossbeams and hang you all along the highway when people come into the city. That's the first thing they see. By any description, crucifixion is one of the worst ways a person can die. Whether it's the raw physical pain of being nailed to a piece of wood and the gravity is pulling you down, and to make it even worse, what the Romans would do is if you notice, many of the depictions, especially Catholic depictions of Jesus on the cross, which are quite graphic in and of themselves. You're actually kind of standing on a little ledge at the base of the cross. And the reason for that is you're able to lift yourself up just enough so you can breathe. Why do they do that? So they can prolong your torment. Because if that little ledge wasn't there, you would just, you would hang there and suffocate within, seconds or a minute or a couple of minutes. So the Romans have put a little ledge there that you have to stand on, and you have to lift yourself up to be able to breathe, to take a breath of air. And you're just there, and it's not a quick death. It takes a while once you're on the cross for a person to die, physically, just based upon all the stuff that I've read over the years. So the Passion Play is a way to make that real for people is how, and I'm not a Catholic. I'm Catholic-y. My wife is a Catholic. I'm actually at the point in my life where I am considering going through the process of becoming an actual Catholic because I've always had a great deal of respect for their theology. And I know a lot of people disagree with them, and it's my personal choice. Sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. But it's something that I really want to do, and then my wife and I can also kind of go on that journey together. But the Passion Play, people talk about Jesus on the cross, and people talk about that he died for our sins. People talk about that, and the Passion Play really brings the reality of what we're describing home. This was about the worst treatment you can possibly get after a sham so-called trial, which really wasn't that at all. The high priests had stacked the crowd, if you will, inside the temple, or witnesses who basically lied about things that Jesus had said. Jesus didn't say much at all during the trial phase other than when the high priest asked, "Are you the Son of God?" Remember his response? "Well, that's what you say that I am. You say I am." Which is a very clever. I mean, Jesus was as far as being how to debate people on the finer points of his theology. Jesus was a master at that, So what are you saying, Jesus? People shouldn't pay their taxes? Show me a coin. Whose picture's on it? Caesar, of course. Well, sure, pay your taxes. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Render unto Caesar what belongs to him. So the Romans, in a sense, on this day, themselves had no real argument with Jesus. Pilate was in a really weird place because he didn't have any issues with Jesus. He didn't give a crap about the temple or about the tables being tipped over or that the high priests were upset about something. He couldn't care less. He didn't even want to be there based upon everything I've read. He felt he was kind of skipped over for promotion by having to run Judea. But the high priest said, this guy is a real problem. We got to do something about this. And you got to make an example of him. You got to make it bloody and you got to make it hurt. And so Pilate's like, okay, I just want this day to be over. His wife was haranguing him. His wife had a bad dream, don't do this. This Messiah guy, maybe you should leave him alone. But like a lot of modern politicians, what did Pilate do? Hey, man, not my circus. You guys want this guy on a cross? You want this guy on a tree? All right, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do. We'll do that for you. And then he famously washed his hands with the blood of Christ. Or the idea of the responsibility of the death of Jesus, and placed it solely on the high priests. I don't know how that worked out for him as far as who we remember Pilate to be down through history. But again, Passion Play going on downtown, begins at Travis Park. It's always something to behold. One of these years I'd like to attend. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. Accurate with a forecast. Mostly cloudy, breezy, very warm with a thunderstorm. A high of 88. Breezy tonight, cloudy and humid. More showers. A heavy thunderstorm. May see some flash flooding with a low of 71. Tomorrow, more rain, heavy at times, more thunderstorms, a high of 78. It's 73 on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. An accident 35 southbound. That on-ramp from Tupperwine is partially blocked. A stall at 90 eastbound, the off-ramp to Hunt Lane. That stall has the right shoulder of the exit ramp blocked. And on Loop 410 westbound at Fredericksburg, disabled vehicle now off to the shoulder. And pretty much most all our major freeway systems now starting to fill in and slow down. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
If it's crawling, stinging, or chewing through your home, you need Apple Pest Control. They've been family-owned since 1984, and I've endorsed Stan Goodson and his crew at Apple for over 20 years because they're dependable and reliable. Their uniformed, insured, certified technicians handle bugs, rodents, scorpions, and professional termite treatments, including preventative termite protection that gives you peace of mind. They also do critter control when animals get into an attic space and start damaging your roof, your ductwork, and your wiring. With Apple, you get a free inspection, hassle-free quotes over the phone, flexible billing, and no contract to sign. They offer organic, chemical-free options too. Call Apple Pest Control at 210-695-8946 or go to applepestcontrol.com. Mention Dave Ramsey and get $25 off your initial service. If it bugs you, it bugs Apple.
Trey Ware here. There's more to Mummies than just feed. They are South Texas firearm headquarters with the great brands like Benelli, Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so many more. And all of the accessories. Mummies has everything. Mummies and Hondo.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Thomas J. Henry Law fights even when the insurance company says your claim is worth nothing. Thomas J. Henry doesn't back down. That's how we put over $1 billion in our clients' pockets in just the last 4 years. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. Principal Office, San Antonio.
Hey, it's Sean. You know I love talking about my friends at John Wayne Service Company. This is a great year to talk to them. Whether you're having an issue with your HVAC, your plumbing, or your electrical, it's one company for the whole house. And now John Wayne is offering their service call for all for only $29. That's a $29 service call that'll cover 1 system, 2 systems, or all 3. It's your choice. It's a simple, low-cost way to get a professional look and clear direction before you spend more money. They aim to
give you straight answers and clear options with no pressure, and they offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. But again, it's that time of year for John Wayne's Service Call for All for only $29. Service Call can cover one system, two systems, or all three. It's your choice. Call or text my friends at John Wayne Service Company today, 210-293-6700 to schedule your $29 Service Call for All. Or check them out online, johnwayne.com.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we're back. News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071. Good Friday 2026 on Ware and Rima. Trey will be back on Monday. We got the Puppy Food Bank Radiothon coming up Thursday and Friday. Get all the info there at KTSA.com. We got a lot of obvious. It's been a heavy week as far as the news. Pam Bondi fired yesterday. That was the big story. We're dealing with that. And what do you think about that? As well as following the crew of the Orion as it makes its way to the moon to do a fly around and then come back. And we'll play that audio again later on. They were doing some press stuff last night, doing some live shots while being all floaty and stuff. That's got to be a little surreal. And we'll revisit some of that audio a little later on. This was late last night. They're going to be on Fox again. They're going to appear on Fox tonight around 11 o'clock for some more live shots. Because at some point they go around the moon and they're out of communication. That'll be the weird time, I think, for all of us in NASA when they go to that far side of the moon where you just can't communicate with them. Because basically there's this big round thing in front of your signal. And it's just an amazing event. It really is. While you have all this other political stuff going on, while you have let's just call it a war in Iran. You've heard Christian reporting on this all morning. We blew up, and Trump shared on Truth Social, in between Bruce Springsteen posts. He posts some video of at that point the highest bridge in Iran, crumbling and smoldering after we took it out. It's been a busy week. And again, the ouster of Pam Bondi at the DOJ is a huge deal. I don't know that it was so surprising. Trump had been taking a lot of criticism for her, and on this show too. We've talked about it. Going all, really, it started going bad for Pam Bondi, who I think is a very impressive human being. I think she was impressive in Florida. I think she's an impressive person as a lawyer. But she got in trouble with the MAGA crowd with the statement that she had the Epstein files sitting on her desk. Made it sound like she had a pretty comprehensive list of everybody who would have been involved in crimes with Jeffrey Epstein, right? Crimes against children, grooming, all that lurid stuff. And apparently that list never really existed. And Trump has been crossways with the MAGA crowd for a couple of weeks now on Iran, on gas prices, and on no indictments out of the DOJ. Whether those indictments be indictments for lying under oath, connection to Epstein. The Democrats are now, obviously, the Democrats are loving this. And as usual, and you can't look. One thing you could say about the Democrats that has never been true of the conservatives, of the Republicans. They are on script, man. They get the talking points, and they don't waver off those talk. They all say the same damn thing. Unless you're Jasmine Crockett, but, we read you her reaction. There were a couple of y'alls in there. But pretty much everybody from Chuck Schumer to Elizabeth Warren, good riddance. Chuck Schumer, good riddance. Pam Bondi was a wrong choice from the start. Why? Because Donald Trump picked her. I added that last part. Elizabeth Warren. Let's see. Under Pam Bondi, the DOJ became a cesspool of corruption. Good riddance. Adam Schiff, who's probably glad she's gone for other reasons. Adam Schiff, who was there during the January 6th hearings, said Bondi oversaw an unprecedented weaponization of the Justice Department that brought our nation's rule of law to its knees. Hey, weren't you the guy talking like an extra on Goodfellas? About didn't you? Hey, Adam, didn't you have some evidence about Donald Trump's corruption and stuff that we never heard or saw? I seem to remember Adam Schiff lying his ass off, allegedly, about stuff that he allegedly had on Donald Trump. Which I think he said he had a whistleblower on Donald Trump that never surfaced. So, Adam, maybe like Kamala, you ought to sit this one out, pal. He goes, countless and baseless political investigations. Hundreds of career law enforcement professionals purged. A massive cover-up of the Epstein files. And a wholesale effort to turn the department into a criminal law firm representing the person of the president instead of the American people. That's Adam Schiff. Are you describing him or the Democrats? I know you are, but what am I? Adam Schiff, who is just a piece of fungus morally as a human being. But Pam Bondi was merely a symptom of Donald Trump's chronic allergy to our nation's laws. Oh, please, man. P-U-H-Lease. Please. J.D. Vance, your new corruption or fraud czar, announced yesterday at the same time. I think maybe it was, that's good timing on J.D.'s part. That who's the kid with the hoodie, James? I just went blank at his name. Shirley. Nick Shirley, kid with a hoodie in Minneapolis and now in California is uncovering, just mountains of freaking financial corruption involving Democrats and programs that they support, like hospice. They arrested 11 dudes in California. Well, 11 people in California, in L.A. yesterday. For defrauding the American people out of about $50 million via health and hospice services that more than likely just didn't freaking exist, like a lot of the daycares. I don't want to hear any of you people talking about corruption. Okay, that's a bit much for me to handle on Good Friday. I'm just saying. But this is obviously the usual rant they're going to go off on. Hakeem Jeffries, Pam Bondi is a partisan, petulant, political hack. Again, dude, are you talking about the guy looking back at you in the mirror or Pam Bondi? And they're all doing they're all copying Trump now. I've noticed on their social media posts and going all caps. Hakeem Jeffries, and now she's all caps gone. I'm surprised he didn't add, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." Trump needs to license that crap, man. So, yeah, not unexpected. I read you Jasmine Crockett's nonsense. You got some Republicans that are happy about this. Nancy Mace said Pam Bondi handled the Epstein files in a terrible manner and seriously undermined President Trump. Claims that Bondi stonewalled every effort to hold the guilty accountable, and the American people deserve an attorney general who is transparent and delivers real accountability. Got to take a break. 210-599-5555. It's Sean. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
The decision to retire is a big one. According to Jay Kirkwood, there's more to it than you think.
They've just kind of got it in their mind that, well, I'm 60 and the finances work, so I'm going to retire. That shouldn't be it. Like, there's some people that at 55, they're like, I just can't do this anymore. I'm going to retire. I'm super happy. There's other people we've got that are 70 that are working and they're like, I love it. I love going. Well, don't stop. If you love it, keep doing it.
For common sense advice on retirement, tune in to Clear Skies Retirement, Sundays at noon, right here on KTSA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At the Law Office of Sean C. Brown, we treat you like family. This is Sean Brown. I've been representing members of the community for over 25 years. From a DWI to auto accidents, call me today, 210-224-8200, or visit SeanBrownLaw.com.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 8 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. It's looking like a wet weekend ahead. We'll get the latest details coming up in KTSA AccuWeather. The war in Iran might be winding down from a military standpoint, but it might be getting more complicated after news broke the Russians might have been sharing intelligence with the broken country. That's according to Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky.
Ukraine's leader confirmed during an interview with News Nation that intelligence sharing has occurred between the two nations. It follows CIA Director John Ratcliffe's mid-March revelation that Iran is seeking intelligence help from Russia, China, and other U.S. rivals. Zelensky also addressed his meeting with the top U.S. officials on ending the Russia-Ukraine war and shared that the conversations mostly centered on security guarantees for his country.
That's correspondent Mark Mayfield. The Texas average price for a gallon of regular $3.80 this morning, and some cities are even higher, getting close to $4 a gallon. But for right now, the Alamo City's not one of them.
Gas prices climbed once again this week. In fact, in San Antonio, the average jumped 30 cents. It jumped up to $3.87 a gallon, now 97 cents higher year over year.
It's Daniel Armbruster with AAA Texas. He tells KTSA today's price is still cheaper than what was seen in 2022. The Border Patrol is reporting a major drug bust at the southern border.
Agents took a closer look at a tractor trailer in Farr, and that secondary inspection Monday turned up more than 1,000 packages of meth weighing nearly 300 pounds hidden in a shipment of carrots. The drugs had an estimated street value of more than $2.6 million. Border Patrol agents seized the meth in the big rig. Homeland Security is conducting a criminal investigation. John Cruz, KTSA News.
A Good Friday procession expected to draw thousands to the streets of downtown this morning. The Passion Play recreates the trial and the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The procession starts at 10 o'clock at Travis Park and ends at Main Plaza, just in front of San Fernando Cathedral. If you are in the area, you are urged to be on the lookout for road delays and pedestrians. KTSA News Time 8:02. Rob Thompson stepping in once again. KTSA Sports.
In the NBA, De'Aaron Fox scored 22 points on 9 of 13 shooting as the Spurs took down the Clippers last night, 118-99. The Spurs will return to action and wrap up a 3-game roadie in Denver when they take on the Nuggets tomorrow afternoon at 2. In college hoops, the Final Four is finally here. We'll get it tomorrow at 5 p.m. as UConn takes on Illinois. That's followed by the battle of the 1 seeds in Arizona and Michigan at 7:49 p.m. Mark your watch. And in the Valero Texas Open, Mark Hubbard holds a one-shot lead at the end of the first round. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA Time Saver Traffic and your complete KTSA AccuWeather forecast for the Easter holiday weekend. They're both up next on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
If you're thinking of dental implants, have you ever called a dental implant center and asked for a price? A lot of them will offer a free consultation, but that often turns into a sales pitch. Most patients spend more time with the finance department than the doctor, and you're not buying a car, you just want to feel better. At River City Oral Surgery, they do things differently. They believe in health care built on trust, respect, and real patient care by a board-certified oral surgeon and medical doctor who lives here in our community. River City is not part of a corporate chain. There are no sales goals or quotas, no finance department. They even give their prices online at rivercityoms.com or over the phone. The goal is simple: to help patients achieve a healthier, natural, more confident smile. So if you're considering dental implants, you can trust River City Oral Surgery online at rivercityoms.com or 210-778-0002. For a local doctor you can trust River City Oral Surgery.
Health insurance decisions can change quickly, and making the wrong choice can cost you. I'm Justin Holland, host of the Mad Insurance Show right here on KTSA. We're a broker at Texas State Insurance Services. Whether you're turning 65 and exploring Medicare, need individual or family coverage, or a business owner reviewing employee benefits, we can help you compare your options and make confident decisions. Visit us at txstateinsurance.com or call us at 210-880-5316 to schedule your coverage review today.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn's showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News time is 8:05. Let's get a quick check of KTSA time saver traffic.
Good morning. Looks like we just cleared that stall at 281 southbound at Bitters. Still have that debris in the roadway, though, on I-10 eastbound at Loop 410. It is taking up 2 left lanes. Otherwise, all our other major freeway systems right now looking good and rolling at posted speeds. But if you do see something we're not talking about, do call us on the traffic tip line. We'll go and check it out at 210-785-2601. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy, breezy, very warm today. A thunderstorm in parts of the area at the high of 88. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Humid with periods of rain, some of them heavy. A thunderstorm too for Saturday, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
73 degrees and partly cloudy at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
Six minutes after 8 on Ware and Rima. Trey's going to be back on Monday. It's just me, Sean, today, hanging out with you on Good Friday 2026. The phone lines are open, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. And, of course, the big story, Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Now it's either going to be Lee Zeldin, who is currently running the EPA. In fact, he's going to be hanging out with, or has been hanging out with RFK Jr., dealing with the problem of microplastics in American food. Boy, that's shocking. I can't believe that's that. You mean there's plastic in our food? They're making that up. But right now it's Todd Blanche, who was the Deputy Attorney General. He's and so I guess the big question is, which of these two guys is it going to be? This Pam also, and I would ask you, if you're listening, if you're up, if you're listening to what we're putting out here, and you want to call us up and join the conversation. I do understand it's a holiday, but 210-599-5555. If you're MAGA or if you're a Trump supporter, are you happy about this? Are you glad that Pam Bondi is gone? That he is basically and she's apparently going to a private sector thing. And both her and Trump in their social media posts have said that she's very excited about a new opportunity coming up in the private sector. We have no idea what that is. At least at the time I went on the air, there was no indication as to what that was. They're both trying to put a very positive spin on this. They've been friends for a long time. They're going to continue to be friends. He's proud of what she did at the DOJ. But he still fired her ass, and also, it's kind of interesting. So I just, if you're having an opinion, you're MAGA or you're a Trump supporter, I'm kind of curious as to how you feel about this. Again, I'm one of those guys when it comes to Trump, he doesn't tend to make, I can't think of one bad call he's made as president. I can't think of anything he has predicted that didn't come true exactly as he said it would. I know Jasmine Clark likes to put out there that somehow magically he's a failure as a businessman, but I don't really get that sense from Donald Trump that he did poorly in the private sector. So I think, and James had said this earlier, and I agree, that he is a private sector guy, and in the private sector, you either perform or, I got to put somebody else in your place who'll do what I need to have done. And sometimes it's merely a timing thing. Now, we all pretty much agree, I think, that Pam Bondi, her star started to fade or began to fade with the Epstein file thing, which for a lot of MAGA people was a big deal. A lot of MAGA people, a lot of folks who supported Donald Trump, and I was one of them. I voted for them. I voted for the man 3 times. At least I thought I was voting for him that second time out, but who knows, huh? I don't know. Did I vote on a Chinese election machine? People were displeased. The draining of the swamp, and we won indictments. And Pam Bondi was a very successful ag in Florida, and so people felt that they were going to see quicker results, I guess, as far as any kind of indictments, whether they be indictments regarding the Epstein files and the trafficking and grooming of underage women and girls, or it included indictments against people who had gone after Trump illegally in the lawfare stuff in between terms, or it was people who a lot of MAGA folks believe, and I'm one of them, should be facing charges for perjury for lying under oath, whatever they were lying under oath about. I put Anthony Fauci, frankly, at the top of that list. And a lot of MAGA are displeased, and apparently so was Donald Trump, at the lack of indictments or the lack of action on a lot of these different issues. And I did say last hour, if you string the Wednesday night speech together where we didn't really learn anything new, but MAGA were becoming very critical of the Iran war. And plus you had the left and the propagandist media putting out a lot of crap about Iran, and it's taking too long, and he was blindsided by the Strait of Hormuz, and why didn't he figure this out, and why is it taking so long? That's why he spent a goodly amount of time during that speech pointing out the length of time we were involved in World War I and Korea and Vietnam. And at that point, it had been 32 days we've done all this. So, I look, as far as getting so close to the midterms, which obviously he's deeply concerned about, and he should be, giving the speech on Wednesday night while after attending arguments as the first sitting president to do so at the Supreme Court, cutting Pam Bondi loose. Kristi Noem he was having problems with because of her testimony and some of the things people were critical of him, and as far as her and her handling of Homeland Security. I'm not saying he doesn't have reasons for everything he does, because obviously he does, and if he thinks somebody else at this particular moment is going to do the job better, that's who he's going to go with. It also kind of feels like he's cleaning house going into the midterms and trying to do away with a lot of these criticisms. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to John. John, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Sean. I'm doing well, thank you. I just want to say I'm glad to see Pam Bondi going. I wish her the best. I hope Donald Trump picks Todd Blanche, because he is mean. He is a lot meaner than Lee Zeldin, and he's going to need that.
Jonathan Turley was saying that Blanche is a junkyard dog, and he's pretty emotionless when it comes to.
There's also some talk about A.G. Paxton.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard
Ken
that.
Paxton.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that
Ken
would be
Paxton
interesting.
Would be good for a deputy.
But I heard that a lot about Blanche yesterday. That he doesn't let emotions get in the way. He's a very cold guy, and if he's going to prosecute you, he's going to prosecute you. Not think twice about
Kind
it.
of like the junkyard dog. Remember when Trump was getting sent to court and he was going to court? He's a little junkyard dog in the back.
Oh, right.
With a little mean mouth.
That's
on
right.
the face.
That's what you heard a lot yesterday. Is that Todd Blanche is a badass? You're right. Go back to the original lawfare stuff. He was there with Trump, going into those courtrooms with him.
That's what he needs.
Yeah, Lee Zeldin thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The Blanche thing makes a lot more sense. I appreciate the call, man. Let's go to Jaime or Jamie. Jaime, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. What are you thinking?
The speech from the other night, I mean, it is what it is. People are going to hate him. The people who hated him before still hate him, and the people who liked him before still liked him. He has a time limit right now. He's trying to do everything he has to do in this term because he's pretty much a one-term president right now. everything that's going on with the Strait of Hormuz and all that, those people who depend on it need to fight for it. If they want it, he's going to do what he has to do. He has a mission he has to do. The Pam Bondi thing, I think, is just something that the media is trying to look like it's a big fight. I mean, she's stepping down. He asked her to step down, or she decided to step down. I mean, he has an agenda that he has to finish before he leaves.
Right.
And I mean,
well, and he doesn't even. Just to jump in real quick, he also doesn't know exactly how much time in this one term he has if things go south during the midterms, because they're going to try to yank his ass out of office.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, he has to do it. I mean, he's trying to give us our country back. It's up to us to fight for it in the polling, not like physically, but go vote, go do everything, take it back, get
right.
the Republicans to grow a spine for us to demand it and stuff like that, but they won't. Well, you have a good day, man. I'm out here in Arkansas right now working. I'll see y'all back this weekend.
All right, man. Say hello to everybody out there in Arkansas. I don't know anybody in Arkansas except you, but thank you.
So Paxton, I brought that up about him.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Because I was like, okay, wait a minute. He bounced out of the race, does Trump a solid, SAVE Act gets passed, and then, boom, he's in with the current administration and can be an AG.
Possibly. I mean, I think that a lot of the stuff I heard about Blanche, though, yesterday, and a lot of stuff we know of him, it just seems like it would be a better fit, but which is probably why he was deputy ag to begin with, you know what I mean? In that if you're thinking, well, who knows if Pam's going to be around the whole time or if she's going to want to be around or if you see how she does, I kind of got Todd in the chute there, you know? One thing is for certain, I don't really feel any better about the midterms right now as a result of all this because you know what the other side is going to say. He's chaotic. He surrounds himself with people he's not sure of. He's had to fire all these people. Just like they're saying in Iran, he's stumbling his way through Iran. He doesn't have a plan. People don't like war in general. You know what I mean? They don't like it. You know, whether they're a Democrat, Republican, or something else, unaffiliated, whatever. You know, people don't like war in general. It leaves a bad taste in their mouth. They don't feel good about it. I don't know. But, you know, it makes sense that he let her go. And James, we are hearing that it was a letting go of. It wasn't like, I have this opportunity now. I got to take a break. 17 minutes after 8. It is Ware and Rima Trail. Will be back on Monday on Newstalk 550 KTSA. Weather, it's going to be wet. Mostly cloudy, breezy, and very warm with thunderstorms today. A high of 88. More of the same tonight. Humid. Could see some heavy thunderstorms. Watch for flash flooding. A low of 71 tomorrow. More of the same. Heavy thunderstorms. Breezy in the afternoon. A high of 78. 73 degrees at Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like we just cleared that stall at 281 southbound at Bitters. Still have that debris in the roadway, though, on I-10 eastbound at Loop 410. It is taking up 2 left lanes. Otherwise, all our other major freeway systems right now looking good and rolling at posted speeds. But if you do see something we're not talking about, do call us on the traffic tip line. We'll go and check it out at 210-785-2601. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
The headlines the others miss. From Texas to the nation and around the world. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks. It's about comfort, safety, and function, too. Hi, Trey Ware here. Safe Showers and Bathwise have joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more. Same trusted people, same great service, and now a whole lot more for you and your new bathroom remodel. New Bath Today still offers beautiful new showers, tub-to-shower conversions, walk-in tubs, and safety upgrades. But now they've expanded to include more complete bathroom remodeling, including toilets, flooring, vanities, and more. So whether you want a safer shower or a total bathroom refresh, I recommend you contact New Bath Today. They can help you create a bathroom that looks better, feels better, and works better for your life. You get quality products, expert installation, and a smoother experience from start to finish. And right now, get $1,500 off your new shower plus low monthly payments. Get your free quote today at newbathtoday.com. New Bath Today, the same trusted team, now with more for your bathroom. Visit newbathtoday.com. Hey, Trey Ware here for the great folks at Mummies over in Hondo. There's more to Mummies. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for anything when it comes to firearms, brands like Benelli and Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so much more, there's only one place in Texas to go. That's South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies in Hondo, with the largest selection of firearms of all kinds. Long guns, handguns, ARs, they've got them all, and they have them in stock for you today. And of course, a huge selection of accessories. If you're looking for it when it comes to optics or anything else, it's at Mummies and Hondo. And ammo, well, all the name brands that you know, that you trust, and you love, you're going to find at Mummies and Hondo. Well, Mummies has everything. Everything from turtle box speakers to poncho shirts to the best deer corn anywhere and best cattle feed too. They've got it all at Mummies and Hondo. When you're looking for anything to do with firearms and accessories, you're going to find it at Mummies and Hondo. Tell them Trey Ware said hello.
When it comes to results, the numbers speak for themselves. Thomas J. Henry secured over $1 billion for clients in the past 4 years and successfully represented thousands of injured Texans. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This is Jamie Markley, and you're listening to News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071. Stay connected.
And we're back. It's Ware and Rima. Trey will be back on Monday. We'll get back to normal on Monday. It's Good Friday. Happy Easter to you. The phone lines are open 210-599-5555. Watching that Courage. Is it Courage? This bridge in Iran that we took out. Trump reposted the video. Tallest bridge in Iran, no longer there. What do you think? What do you think? Like every other talk show host is going off on right now that are working Good Friday. What is your favorite Easter candy? Taking your calls.
What's
that?
I like stolen Kit Kats.
Did you see that story?
Yeah.
Elaine, did you see that story? Like a shipment of what was it?
Kit Kats.
Kit Kats.
No, I didn't
coming out of Italy.
Oh, there's a tracker.
But I went.
Well, what?
I went yesterday and bought a bunch of candy, about
Right.
$100 worth of candy.
$100.
Yes.
Wow.
But
that'll buy you like half a bag
for
of
my,
jelly beans. Yeah.
My kiddos' Easter baskets,
Right.
and I ate.
You've already
several
eaten half
Kit
of it.
Kats.
Well,
Several
a whole bunch of Kit Kats went missing from a plant in Italy that was a shipment that was going to Poland.
Stole a whole truckload, Elaine.
I mean, it was a lot of Kit Kats, Elaine. And so what Kit Kat, people thought this was an April Fool's joke. Kit Kat said, check the wrapper, we're doing a Kit Kat tracker. So we want to track where these stolen Kit Kats went. And they were saying, seriously, look at the wrapper, because I guess serial numbers, I'm thinking they could check somehow.
Yeah, it'll be from a batch probably.
So they were, and people thought they were joking. They're like, no, really, somebody stole a lot of Kit Kats in Europe. And they may have made their way here. They had to say several times, we're not kidding. You may have stolen Kit Kats. So, you know.
Them Kit Kats didn't have a chance with me yesterday.
It was Elaine. She's got connections in Italy. It's her. She did it.
The Kit Kats.
I love Kit Kats. They're great.
Those are hot.
They're hot, man. We got the hot. Let me tell you, we got the most beautiful candy Easter. Egg prices are down 80%.
Cascarones.
The cascarones, whatever the Mexican people, the migrants, what do they call them? Cascarones?
The confetti eggs.
The confetti eggs, which I love. But eggs, the White House made sure to let everybody know they're 80% cheaper today than they were when Biden was in office. The Easter egg roll at the White House is going to involve
That's on Monday, right?
I believe Monday. It's going to have like 40,000 eggs they're going to have on hand.
So think about this, his multitasking. Monday, Jimmy's mentioned it, April the 6th is the Iran.
The Iran cut off to their right. We got to start going after the energy infrastructure inside Iran if they don't agree to the peace deal as of Monday.
And there's another
He's
deadline.
got the Easter egg roll.
Yeah.
And with, 40,000 eggs, and I guarantee you there won't be no half-naked trannies on the lawn.
Doesn't the astronauts come back
The
Monday?
astronauts come back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No, it's later in the week.
Oh, okay.
It's a 10-day trip, so they're on their way to the moon right now.
Maybe Pam Bondi will be the Easter Bunny this year.
She's back in the private sector, so to
That's
earn
a
some extra
private
money,
sector,
she's
dude.
going to play the Easter Bunny at a local mall in Northern Virginia.
Remember the Easter Bunny that led Biden around?
Oh yeah, well, that's right. It'll be Pam Bondi. Nobody has to lead Trump around. The Easter Bunny comes close to Trump. Says, I don't know. No, you go over there and do your Easter Bunny thing. I'm fine. I can stand all on my own. Not like Sleepy Joe. Remember when Sleepy Joe needed the Easter Bunny to get down this, get across the lawn? This is the most beautiful egg roll you're ever going to see. 40,000 eggs, 80% cheaper than they were under Sleepy Joe. Your Easter basket costs less today under my economy than it did when Sleepy Joe and his corrupt administration were handling Easter. And no pornographic trans people on the lawn doing anything. We want men out of Easter. Anyway. So yeah, Easter eggs. Now I pulled up this story by John Carney on Breitbart. He's talking about egg prices. Because if you remember, during those 4 years when whomever was actually running the country, eggs were like $7, $8, $9, $10, $12 a dozen. They were like black market eggs. People were buying freaking eggs in alleys and parking lots. Hey, man, I got some eggs, man. You want some eggs? I have some eggs, man. They're good. They're fresh. They're cheap, too. They were like $9, $10 for a dozen. They're down 80%. I guess in February the average price was $2.50, down from $5.90 the year before. A decline of 57.6%. But John Carney, being John Carney, President Trump did not let the criticism ruffle his feathers. Instead, he hatched a plan with Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins to bring down the price of eggs. Like the guy uses egg reference, makes egg jokes the whole way through the article. Trying to find some more because they were funny as hell. Bird flu had battered flocks and lightened availability during the first part of last year, but the Trump administration's efforts have helped crack the shortage.
He's yoking it up.
Now with the second Easter of Trump's second term approaching, the numbers look sunny side up. This guy's a riot. But I mean, Easter or no Easter, people go through a lot of eggs. And when you're because I remember when I knew things were really bad during the Biden administration. I got to take a break. I love orange juice. Remember? And when first time I saw a gallon of orange juice, generic Hill Country orange juice, and it was $9, I was like, all right, something's crazy here, man. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. We'll talk some more about the Orion heading towards the moon and the crew of Artemis 2. We'll play that audio again for you later on. They've been doing actually press hits from space. In fact, they're going to be on Fox News tonight around 11 p.m. 210-599-5550. I also want to talk about Nigeria. We got to talk about Nigeria. It's Sean, it's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Every leader feels the pressure to do AI, but rushing in leads to leaks and wasted budget. Bridgehead IT starts with a full AI assessment to secure your data and find where AI actually moves the needle. Stop guessing. Lead with confidence at bridgeheadit.com. You don't have to put up with bugs not one more minute, because you know what I always say. If it bugs you, it bugs Apple. And my friend Stan Goodson and his family have owned Apple Pest Control since 1984. Getting rid of the pests around your home is what it's all about. It's the first company that I called when we bought this house back in 2003. So they've been doing the pest control services at the warehouse since 2003. And I ain't going to change. You know why? Because I don't have a bug problem ever. Now, one of the things that first attracted me to Apple Pest Control was the fact they don't do contracts. The last house I was in, I'd sign those contracts with those big companies. Then I got shoddy service because they had me committed for a quarter or even a year. Now, there are no contracts, so every time Stan and his crew come to your home, they have to earn your business, and boy, do they. They send the bugs packing, the little furry critters that like to get inside your home. They don't come inside your home anymore. No hidden charges ever. So check them out and mention Trey Ware, and you'll take $25 off your initial visit when you go to Apple Pest Control, 210-695-8946.
You save all that money for retirement, and now you're watching the market like a hawk.
They freak out, sell, go into cash, and say, well, when this is all over, I'll get back in. What we're really talking about here is market timing. The blink of an eye, 7 years is gone, and, what have you lost?
Helping you with markets, taxes, and common sense retirement advice. Jay Kirkwood and Clear Skies Retirement. Sundays at noon, right here on KTSA.
It's a mower extravaganza at Ewald Kubota. Hi, I'm John Ewald. So stop by one of our locations and check out our huge selection of Kubota mowers. For residential or commercial use, from zero turn to front mount, from stand on to walk behind, we've got the right machine at the right price. And right now, Kubota is offering incredible savings and finance offers on all mowers. So stop by one of our locations or visit us online at ewaldkubota.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Todd Blanche is the acting attorney general after Pam Bondi was shown the door by President Trump. We'll take a look at why that might have happened. Gas prices are up, but are they as high as they were under Joe Biden? Not so much. And a Bexar County man now has a 50-year sentence in prison after 2 murders a year apart. We've got details coming up at 9 o'clock. KTSA News Time is 8:30.
Good morning. Still have that debris in the roadway. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. On I-10 eastbound at 410, a mangled up ladder still taking up 2 left lanes in the roadway. 35 northbound, 1604 to 1103, 6-8-minute ride. On 281 southbound, 1604 to Wurzbach Parkway, about 5-6 minutes. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A thunderstorm in parts of the area today, the high of 88. Cloudy, humid, couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Periods of rain, some of them heavy, and a thunderstorm that could produce hail and damaging winds Saturday, the high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
73 degrees as you get set for the Passion Play downtown. The skies are cloudy at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected. News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 107.1.
8:31 on Ware and Rima. Good Friday, 2026. News Talk 550, KTSA. Again, as you heard Christian said, the Passion Play will be starting at Travis Park. What, Christian, what about 9 a.m.? Is that what we said? Or now? Or 10 a.m.? 10 a.m., okay.
You hear me okay?
What's that?
That is happening. You would ask it right after I said it. Because then I don't remember. I'm like, oh, what did I just say?
I have that problem every 15 minutes. What did I just say?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay.
But people are getting there now.
Well,
I
yeah.
mean, it's all kind of happening now. So
right.
We'll do another update on it.
It's not going to be. I'm assuming the pathway of the procession will not go anywhere near like the rainbow sidewalks and all that stuff.
I doubt that.
I'm just being funny.
But there are
a
some
good
street
question.
closures, right, Christian?
Yeah, lots of street closures and delays. You got to plan for that, and they're really stressing, based on what I'm seeing, watch for pedestrians because there's going to be a few.
Oh, just a smidge. Be a few people walking
also,
around.
City offices are closed, so we don't have to worry about that area.
Right,
okay. Listen, procession starts at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Okay.
So that's that.
Oh, God, I'm so glad the Blake Lively thing has been settled because, boy, holy crap, was that keeping me awake at night. Fox News is breaking this right now that the judge has thrown out Blake Lively's claims that Bondi, the director guy, had done something inappropriate with her. But really, she just tried to take over the film production. And then people didn't like that, in my opinion, allegedly. I and then we'll talk. I want to talk about Nigeria. We'll get kind of heavy here in a second. But the whole Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds thing, aren't they annoying people? I've always found that guy annoying as hell, Ryan Reynolds. Like the first Deadpool movie I thought was moderately clever because they kept breaking the third wall and all that stuff. But like I find him annoying as snot. That last Deadpool movie was not even a movie. It was just like Ryan Reynolds hanging out with his buds, taking up 3 hours of my life for $30 a pop, showing us how cute he is and how clever and smarmy he is. And then all this stuff happened with his wife in this movie production where he apparently rolled in and started rewriting scenes in the script and stuff.
His Mint Mobile commercials drive me crazy.
They're annoying as hell, man. They really are. He's just one of those guys that is just so convinced of his own charm. You know what I mean? And it's like, just stop, man. Because I was talking about, I used to get the Ryans mixed up, Gosling and Reynolds. Ryan Gosling is an amazing actor, and I've seen him in a lot of things over the years, from The Notebook and, just a lot of other stuff. He's just a really fine actor. He did the Blade Runner sequel, which was very good.
You just saw him over the weekend, didn't you?
We saw him on the Hail Mary Project, which is if you're looking for a movie to see on Easter weekend, I mean, honestly, that it's not going to depress you. I mean, it's a tense flick, but it's really good. And it is kind of, and he's done interviews saying, okay, it's not my job to fill the theaters. It's my job to give a reason for people to want to go to the theaters. I think it was a Variety magazine interview. In other words, we're pumping out crap, and that's why people aren't in the movie theaters. And I think the implication, because one of the main things I can't stand, a lot of people have stayed away, because look, it's not cheap to go see a movie anymore. It just isn't. Whether as just by yourself, a couple, or a family, it's not cheap to go see a film at a movie theater these days. And I don't want to go through all that. And I'm an artsy fartsy guy. I write stuff. I paint and draw and all that stuff. I think you should be able to paint and draw and make movies about whatever you want to make movies about. Make records about whatever you want to make records about. Write books about whatever you want to write books about. That doesn't mean people have to pay $30 a pop to go see it. And it's kind of like the late night guys. So much of the stuff that Hollywood, like the establishment, the film establishment, TV and film establishment of Hollywood, has just been pumping out preachy crap on top of preachy crap. And I used to work with this guy in Denver who was a movie review guy, and he was renowned because he called it Reggie McDaniel. He's since passed on, but Reggie did the Everyday People's Movie Guide, where he kind of, in his mind, like, I'm just an ordinary guy going to the movies, and this is how I responded. And he would talk about this stuff like 20 years ago about how the movies are getting really preachy and they're very political, and there's kind of this political thread through everything, or messaging through everything. And Reggie would say, I don't go into the theaters to bring my baggage with me. I want to leave my baggage outside for a couple of hours and be entertained. And it's kind of like what Ryan Gosling has been saying, like, well, we wonder why people aren't going to the movie theaters anymore when we just keep pumping out formulaic crap that is, telling them what horrible people they are. And then we wonder why the theaters are empty. And if you want, the Hail Mary Project is, I don't know how else to describe it. I was really nicely surprised. It's one of the reasons why you used to go to the movie theater. It's that kind of a movie. Anybody can see that movie. There was nothing political about it. I didn't get any political messaging in this movie. It was thoroughly enjoyable. Now, Ryan Gosling is a guy, he frankly plays a kind of a nerdy, charming guy. He plays a very likable character in just an insane situation. And without doing any spoilers, my wife and I were talking, you kind of figure out what's going on through his perspective, which makes it a very engaging movie. And at the heart of the movie is an incredible relationship. And it's one of those movies, because like with my family, we used to go to the movies on the holidays. Like my brothers and my dad and I used to go see a movie on like Christmas Day evening. Holidays were a time where sometimes as a family you went to see them. This is one of those movies you could take the whole family to. And they would really, really, really enjoy it. It's a really good ride. It's a great flick. Tom Cruise understands this. That if you're going to expect people to go pay all that money to see you on a big screen, well, give them a good ride. Give them something worth it. I do independent film, which, if you want to make a statement or you got something you want to say or whatever, there's plenty of independent movies out there that are doing that or where it's very personal or what have you. But, you're not going to see a lot of independent film at the theater. For the studio stuff, for the product, Gosling is right. We need to get a little bit better. We need to remember that we want people to pay to see this at a theater. And so let's start giving them some good stuff to go to the movie theater to see. Make it fun again. Remember when going to the movies was fun?
Sometimes when I would leave here, I'd go to the movies over there at the quarry.
Oh, yeah.
During the week.
Just for something to do.
11 o'clock, 11:30.
I used to do that all the time where I'd go by myself, just go see a movie I wanted to see.
Haven't done that in years.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the schedule now to where, I've thought about that, because when I get home, everybody's at work. I'm alone all day. I was telling you, I'm a lonely housewife, really, at this stage of my life. And it's like, well, I should go see a movie every now and again. But there's never anything I want to see. The last movie that I kind of we went and saw the Hail Mary Project as a family on Sunday. But prior to that, the only thing I had been to the movie theater to see was with my buddy Taylor. We went to see Kill Bill. Which was an old, it's a 20-year-old movie at this point. Because you knew what you're going, like a lot of the movie theaters, because the new output is so crappy. And they can't fill the theaters. If you've noticed, it used to be just like the Alamo Drafthouse would do, we're going to show an old movie today. We're going to show Pretty in Pink. Or we're going to show Buckaroo Banzai. Or we're going to show, an Indiana Jones movie or whatever. I've noticed that a lot of, theaters in general do that now, where they offer up old movies that you could see that you probably have never seen on the big screen before. It's become a much more standard thing. I'm trying to think of the movie chain where we went to see Kill Bill. They do this on a regular basis, where they put out a schedule every month. Like last month, it was The Godfather Part 2, the Godfather movies you could go see on the big screen. It's not just the arty movie theaters that are doing that anymore. It's movie theaters in general are showing older movies, older classic movies, because they know people will show up to see them. Because the new crap they're putting out. Remember the days, and just since we're riffing on this, and we'll talk about Nigeria. Remember the days when, and now I know it's technology and streaming services, everything is niche now, as far as content, you get 1,000 different TV shows, and soon with artificial intelligence, we'll just be making our own damn movies. We'll be producing our own damn content. We won't need any of this, which is kind of sad. And I'm going to sound really old farty here. I mean, I'm at that stage where, you knew every weekend, every movie that was at the theater. You'd heard about it. You knew the movies that were getting a lot of buzz or a lot of people were enjoying. You remember, when The Right Stuff came out, it was a big deal. And so the awards season was a completely different experience because we'd seen most of the movies that were up for awards. Now, most of the time, the stuff that wins the big awards are movies that you've never heard of or you haven't seen.
I remember, I don't know if it was you or Taylor, but you guys would see every movie that was up for an award.
Oh, yeah. I used to do that.
Yeah.
My daughter and I did that as a tradition for years.
But it's been a long time since...
I'm sorry, I couldn't face the Leo DiCaprio thing. I just couldn't do it. I knew it was about militant hippies. I knew it was just this tossed salad of liberal bullcrap. Sean Penn took best actor? Sean Penn got a golden statuette for playing, shockingly, a homophobic military guy who just wants to kill liberals, and I just couldn't face it.
Is he going to give the new statue to Maduro, or another one for Zelensky?
Hey, Sean, who are you going to give this one to, man? Does Zelensky get, a bookend thing there? Give Zelensky another one, then he can put, on the mantle there, he can, use them as bookends. Or is he going to give it to Maduro? Who's going to make a statement by, like anybody gives a crap?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a world
who Sean
leader.
Penn gives his freaking gold statue to. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, Cuba. He likes Cuba.
And maybe he'll give it to the Castros, whoever is left out down there.
I think the last movie I liked him in was The Secret Life of Walter Mitty.
I've
Remember
never
he was
seen that.
Oh,
No,
you'd love it.
I've never seen that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's your style.
I used to love Sean Penn. I mean, Sean Penn is, without exception, like we were saying about De Niro, he is an amazing actor. He is an otherworldly actor. I mean, I've seen some of the scenes from the movie, the DiCaprio movie, and it's Sean Penn acting his ass off. I just know the plot, and I know I'm not interested because, again, the aforementioned preaching, I'm just not into it.
And Penn's part of the Hollywood bubble.
Oh, yes.
He went to high school with, like, Rob Lowe.
He grew up in
stuff.
Burbank, man.
Yeah, he's
I mean, he's like Sean Penn ever had a choice. You know what I'm
smoked
saying?
cigarettes at the Golden Globes.
He's Spicoli.
He is Spicoli. He is an amazing actor.
You have to watch that Secret Life of Walter Mitty.
I will
You'd
check
love it.
that out. I'm trying to think, probably the last movie I actually watched Sean Penn in was the Clint Eastwood movie that Clint directed. Mystic something, remember? That was like 20
Mystic
years
River?
ago. Mystic
No.
River.
Yeah?
I think it's the last Sean Penn movie I saw.
What about Dead Man Walking? He did.
I saw that. He was great in that.
Clint Eastwood and Sean Penn on set with Clint directing must have been hilarious.
That must have been fun.
Because Clint just basically goes, all right, action.
Clint is a very low maintenance
That's all
director.
he doesn't
and
do
he does
any-
like one take.
Yeah, maybe you'll get a second one.
Like
but
with Kubrick, you're there doing the same. You're walking in and out of the same door for 3 days. With Clint Eastwood's like, all right, we're done. We're moving on.
Yep. Print.
And plus, he's not really a full conservative, but he kind of leans that way, Clint Eastwood. And so I wonder what life was like. Like when he worked with did the movie with Matt Damon. I wonder if they talk politics at all. Probably not. I'm thinking not.
I'm thinking he's like the Gran Torino Clint Eastwood on the set.
Shut up and shoot. Let's just get it done.
Bingo.
Let's just get it over with. I've heard he's very low maintenance on set. But so yeah, if you want a great movie to go see over the weekend, just for the family, there, the Hail Mary Project, aptly named for this weekend, I guess you could say, is a really, really good movie. 210-599-5555. It is Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. Weather, it's going to be a wet Easter, a windy Easter, breezy, very warm today with a thunderstorm, a high of 88, breezy overnight, cloudy and humid, more showers, heavy thunderstorms possible, might see some flash flooding, a low of 71 tomorrow, more of the same, more thunderstorms, maybe some more flooding, damaging winds possible, a high of 78, 73 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like a couple of trouble spots. This report sponsored by Thomas J. Henry. Injury attorneys available 24/7. On I-10 eastbound at 410, still have that debris in the roadway. A mangled up ladder now taking up one lane, left lane. And then I-10 eastbound at Culebra, that's a stall. 2 right lanes blocked. When it comes to results, the numbers speak for themselves. Thomas J. Henry saved over $1 billion for clients in the past 4 years and successfully represented thousands of injured Texans. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
We think the best breed of dog is the rescue. KTSA is going to help no-kill rescue agencies around San Antonio with the food and homes they deserve. Join the voice of the National Dog Show, John O'Hurley, and the KTSA hosts for the 2-day 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with John, us, and dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Love Magnolia Pancake House? They want to show you love back. Join their loyalty rewards. Spend a little, earn a lot. Free house coffee, a short stack of pancakes, even a skip the line pass. Eat, earn, and enjoy more at Magnolia Pancake House, where their guests are the sweetest part of what they do.
Valero Texas Open is a can't-miss event. Here's your chance to enjoy food, drinks, and the world's best PGA Tour pros as they tee it up at TPC San Antonio. You won't want to miss the next winning moment at the Valero Texas Open. Buy tickets on ValeroTexasOpen.com and join us April 2nd through the 5th.
Car wreck? What happens next? Thomas J. Henry knows you deserve to get compensated for your injuries. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Visit ThomasJHenryLaw.com. The name you know, the firm you trust. Principal Office, San Antonio.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
It's 8:49. Good Friday, 2026. News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey will be back on Monday. We'll go back to normal on Monday, as normal as things are these days in the world. Stuff keeps happening. I keep trying to get to, I want to talk about Nigeria and the horrible genocide, really, of Christians in the central southern part of that country. And we'll get there, but now we have the March jobs report came out. And it's funny if you when you just do a general Google search on stuff, you learn a lot about the media just by what comes up. You know what I mean? What are the first stories you see? March jobs. This is Yahoo Finance. March jobs report. U.S. economy adds 178,000 jobs. Unemployment rate falls to 4.3% in surprise turnaround. That's pretty good. 178,000 jobs. Unemployment rate is falling.
We've exceeded every jobs report in numbers.
Pretty much. It's always
more than what is expected.
How many times have we heard the word surprise turnaround or surprise when it comes to the jobs report every month? It's almost every month. Surprised. Surprisingly high jobs created in the private sector. Oddly, during the Biden years, the jobs numbers were all predominantly government jobs. And what we found out later is that many of those government jobs, they didn't freaking exist, like a hospice provider in California or a daycare in Minneapolis. So, new jobs numbers, 170K jobs created, unemployment down to 4.3%. Obviously, you still want to get that the unemployment rate down further. But it's a routine surprise when the numbers come out. We're also dealing with the big story, political story from yesterday, the firing of Pam Bondi, Attorney General, no more. Well, she'll continue on the job, I think, for a brief period of time. But Todd is doing, the Deputy Attorney General is doing most of the heavy lifting. There's talk about Lee Zeldin taking over. So we're hitting that story. Also, we're following the ongoing Artemis 2 project mission. Orion is now officially on its way towards the moon. They were doing media hits last night while we slept.
So Artemis is the rocket?
That's the rocket that puts them up there. The capsule is Orion.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now they're piloting Orion towards the moon. But Nigeria, and so these are the big stories. Also, the Tiger Woods, apparently, the body cam footage came out during this thing that happened in Florida, and he claims he was talking to the president. Some people are seeing that as like name dropping. We don't really know. We know he did actually talk to the president. We know he's in his inner circle. He's dating his former daughter-in-law. So that's the Tiger Woods news. But Nigeria, last Sunday, you had a massive attack on Christians on one of the holiest calendar days for the Christian faith in Nigeria, when you had a whole bunch of unknown gunmen, radical Islamic jihadists from the north, who targeted a certain part of the Middle Belt region, as it's called, that is largely populated by Christians who would have been celebrating Palm Sunday, and they just walked around shooting people and shooting indiscriminately. Children, 30. The official number is that 30 people died, but obviously we believe it's much higher. The government responded by installing a curfew Sunday night. Now, in all of the reporting coming out of Nigeria and all of the official statements from the Nigerian government, the gunmen are called that. They're called hoodlums, irate mobs. The religious identity of both sides is not mentioned. The fact that the people who were gunned down were Christians during Palm Sunday celebrations is not mentioned in any government release, official government release. The fact that the gunmen and hoodlums were jihadists from the north was not released, was not addressed at all. Do what? Go to okay. And oddly, in their reporting and official statements out of the Nigerian government, the religious identification of the gunmen, the attackers, and of their victims was not mentioned. And apparently, when the curfew, which was apparent, according to official sources inside the country, which are always going to be suspect, the curfew was largely abided. They abided by the curfew, but then that expired Wednesday night. And guess what? More quote unquote hoodlums showed up in the same area to start killing Christians. A person who was walking along a university campus of some kind was hacked to death by some of these people on something called Bauchi Road. And again, the government responded with sort of generic hoodlums and thugs had attacked some people in this particular region or district of Nigeria. And have you heard about that in the national media over the past week? Have you seen any significant reporting on the fact that on Palm Sunday in Nigeria, untold numbers of Christians were mowed down with automatic weapons?
I only saw it on Facebook. That's the only way I know about it.
You haven't heard it on the national news? Even Fox News has only given a little bit of coverage to it, but it hasn't been prominent on Fox News. You haven't heard about this. You may be hearing about this for the first time now, for all I know.
Yeah, there was machine guns involved in the.
They were just mowing people down. That's it.
Yeah, and
Christians. It is Christian genocide. They want to get rid of all the Christians in Nigeria.
Are these attacks on the streets where they come up to you and ask you, do you praise Allah or whatever, and you have to say something back to them?
I don't know about that. I just know that they know, obviously, on certain days of the year that a lot of Christians are going to be gathered. So if you're in this region that is largely populated by Christians, which as I understand is central south, southern central area of Nigeria, where the Christian community largely resides in Nigeria, they're just apparently driving by churches on Palm Sunday and just opening up. And then, we kind of mellowed out during the curfew, as far as we know.
Well, then when this Sunday is going to be deadly too, probably.
Well, more than likely, yeah. The official government death toll from Sunday is 28 people. But again, it's to their advantage to downplay that number as much as possible. And so who knows how many people lost their lives on Sunday or in the days since. In the past 24 hours again, or 48 hours again, since this curfew expired, the same gangs of Islamic radical zealot terrorist jihadists showed up and started killing people all over again. But again, what's interesting is you don't hear about this in the national media. Why? Because Christian's bad. Even though y'all took off Holy Week, didn't you? We've been making that joke all week. A lot of Democrat lawmakers who ordinarily have nothing good to say about Christians at all. Quite the opposite. Straight white Christians are the worst Nazis in the world. Oh, I'll be back in 2 weeks for Holy Week. Why doesn't your ass go to work then? I got to take a break. 210-599-5555. It's Good Friday on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550 KTSA.
Hey, it's Sean. If your AC is struggling, my friends at John Wayne can help you fast. Call John Wayne for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. One company for the whole house. You get straight answers and clear options with no pressure. Now, if you think you need a new AC system, get a free estimate from John Wayne. Especially if another company told you that you need a big repair or a full replacement, get a free second opinion from John Wayne. A second opinion can save you from replacing a system you might not need to replace. Plus, a free estimate helps you compare your options and make a smart decision. John Wayne can inspect your system, explain what's going on, and tell you what makes the most sense. They handle AC repairs and full replacements every day here in San Antonio. So call my friends at John Wayne or book an appointment online. Either way, it's easy to get on the schedule, and you can see these great coupon offers plus other current deals on the John Wayne website. Click coupons for details. Call them up today, 210-293-6700, or look them up online at johnwayne.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 9 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. It's going to be a rainy weekend. We'll get the latest in KTSA AccuWeather coming up. A woman is dead and a suspect on the loose after what San Antonio police are calling a drive-by shooting on the south side. Investigators say multiple shots were fired at a corner home on Burton Avenue about 12:45 this morning. But one of those shots passed through the walls of the house and hit the woman in the head. She died at the scene. The suspect vehicle, believed to be a white car, may be a Toyota Prius. There are no other details about the suspect or the motive. We have more at KTSA.com. Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General, and her replacement might be giving some clues as to why he's taking over.
President Trump ousted Bondi and put Todd Blanche in.
I'm honored that President Trump has asked me to step in as acting.
On Fox News, he rejected speculation that she was fired over her handling of the Epstein files.
We should all be very grateful to the Attorney General for her sacrifice for this country and for what she did.
But he did acknowledge the president's frustration.
What we saw happen for the past 4 years is unforgivable and can never happen again.
That's correspondent Stacy Lynn. Gas prices certainly up in the Lone Star State, but we're still nowhere near what was seen during the Biden administration.
While current pump prices here in Texas are the highest that drivers have seen since 2022, they're still below the record, which is $4.70. That was set in June of 2022.
AAA's Daniel Armbruster tells KTSA the San Antonio average price for a gallon of regular $3.87 right now. That's 7 cents higher than the statewide average price. KTSA News Time, 9:02.
Good morning. We are working a couple of stalls. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. 35 northbound approaching New Braunfels. That stall's off to the shoulder. That debris in the roadway on I-10 eastbound at 410 is still in a left lane. 281 southbound 35, that stall now off to the shoulder. Now later on this afternoon, we do expect heavier traffic conditions as folks travel for the Easter holiday. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Breezy and very warm with a thunderstorm in parts of the area. The high of 88 today. Still breezy this evening with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Periods of rain, some of them heavy, and a thunderstorm Saturday. The high of 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterino with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Partly cloudy skies and 73 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
3 minutes after 9 on Ware and Rima. I'm Sean. Trey will be back on Monday. We'll get back to normal on Monday. Then we got the Pepe Food Bank Radiothon Thursday and Friday of next week. You can go to ktsa.com for all the info there. or you can go directly to the Puppy Food Bank website, puppyfoodbank.org. So it's going to be a busy, fun week. Also, we have a lot of news breaking. I just sounded like Trump there for a sec. We got a lot of big, beautiful news breaking. Well, I guess not all of it's beautiful. But one thing that is beautiful is the Artemis liftoff, and now the Orion is headed towards the moon. And we do have some audio. We can play. We'll do that. We'll do that a little bit later on. We're just going to kind of riff on stuff right now. Just kind of catching you up if you're just tuning in to some of the obvious big news stories of the day going into this Good Friday. The procession, the Passion Play, which San Antonio is renowned for, will begin in about an hour at Travis Park. There's a lot of people downtown, so if you're obviously bebopping around downtown, expect to encounter a lot of Catholics, a lot of people in general downtown. It's one of those things I've always wanted to see. I watch the video of it every year, but I've never actually been and walked with the procession, the Passion Play downtown. Something I really very much want to do someday. I'm just never, for whatever reasons, haven't been able to do it. Usually, well, for the past 7 years, I think the reason is obvious as to why I'm never there, because I'm always here doing this. But it is something to behold as I see on the video every year. But we are following the Orion on its way to the moon, and they're going to do a fly around. This will be the furthest human beings have ever traveled into space once they hit the opposite side of the moon. And it's exciting stuff. And Jack and I were talking about this yesterday. Chris Crock is in for Jack, by the way, coming up at 10:05 on Jack and 60, and then later on the Jack Show from 3 to 5. And Chris is great. If you're of a certain age group, you're Gen X like me. I'm 58. You remember when we were little kids watching the Apollo missions, and it was an exciting thing to see. It really was. And it's always been exciting for me my entire life. I was surprised and glad or thankful at how many kids were really into this liftoff on Wednesday. My son works at an after-school program and works with pretty young kids. And, in today's culture, I said this, I think it was yesterday, that, and then we'll get back to Pam Bondi and all that crap, but political crap and all that stuff. But, with the way the culture is, I used to say this of 9/11, that, the younger you go, the more desensitized younger people have become to something like September 11th, because they see that in a movie with Dwayne Johnson. They see that on any number of TV shows, video games, where entire cities collapse. It's, so the idea of watching that transpire, those attacks transpire live, if you're a certain age, it's kind of the same thing in a sense, watching the Apollo missions when we were kids. Jack brought up, the early days of the space shuttle, liftoffs and missions, and he was right. He mentioned this yesterday. He was right. And this would have been when I was in my late teens. As a kid, and then growing up, the space shuttle missions were a big deal. And like Jack pointed out yesterday, we thought that was the future of space travel and was a very exciting thing. Then we lost the Challenger, and it seemed like after the Challenger especially, people's appetite for space exploration kind of went away. The Challenger was really the first space exploration disaster that we watched in real time. You had the one Apollo mission that went bad upon touchdown. Remember, the capsule wouldn't open, and I think it flooded, and there was all kinds. People. Some of our astronauts were lost. But it was a different experience watching the Challenger, because we all saw it pretty much at the same time on live TV, which I actually didn't. I was talking to Christian yesterday about, everybody kind of remembers where they were. I was actually in an art class for the year and a half that I managed to stumble through college.
We had TVs in the classrooms.
We didn't have one.
I was 8th grade, I think.
You were 8th grade?
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. I was second semester community college philosophy major. philosophy, fine arts, and whatever the hell.
Boy, that was going to take you places.
Well, hey, gave me a job in radio. There you go. Right. You know, I'd be a manager of something at this point, probably in retail, but I'd know why I'm there, wouldn't I? I'd be able to reason through it. See, I made about a year and a half in college. We found out during art, it was a fine arts appreciation class, and our professor came in and said that this had just happened, and she was crying. And then we had like a big lunch area. I went there, and they had TVs there. So it's always been an exciting thing for me, and I think for my generation. And it was nice to hear my son say that, you know, the kids in this program that he works at wanted to watch it. And he brought it up on his computer, and they all stood around and watched it on his computer. And it was very exciting stuff. And we have some audio. They were doing media hits last night, apparently, from space. And James, why don't you play that? At your discretion, but that first clip where they're talking about, I think, seeing the planet for the first time, that's a good one.
But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment, but you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the Northern Lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all four of us in our tracks.
I think that's Reed Weissman, the commander. I mean, I can't imagine seeing, you know, so few people have ever had that actual visual. And then Victor Glover, who was the pilot, talks a little later on. They only spoke for about 10 or 11 minutes. And they were talking about stuff like Christina Koch being the mission specialist. It was her job to basically take care of the toilet situation. And yeah, we were laughing earlier in the program. Of course, the woman's got to go like grab the plunger.
Well, that makes Syria qualified to be an astronaut.
My wife is qualified to be an astronaut.
Yeah, 'cause she changes the battery. She does the yard work.
Yes, she does. She does. And Christina Koch on the Orion apparently is taking care of that stuff too. But Victor Glover had some interesting stuff to say. Let's go ahead and roll that audio.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling, and what message do you want to send to the American people about what you're seeing out that window?
Well, the first thing I would say is trust us. You look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. You know, Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or you know, what you look like. We're all one people. And so, you know, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, you know, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. You know, we call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we put, not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give us one of those that we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Now that's it. I sent James the entire interview, and that was ABC. So that was an ABC guy, I think, believe asking the question, with so much division down here on planet Earth. So you're kind of setting up, and I'm just going to say the quiet part out loud. Victor Glover is also the only person of color on the crew. So the question is kind of a loaded question. I mean, it's ABC, though.
Well, in the video, the mic is just suspended in front of them, and they're hearing it because of the delay.
Right.
And then he's like, I'll take this one.
I'll take this one.
Yeah, and answered it perfectly, in my opinion.
And he did. And what he said was absolutely true. And like, only a guy who is looking down at the planet can make such an observation, and you should take it for what it was. Very poetic. It's very true. We are one species. It's, you know, whatever we are politically, or we're talking about religious differences a lot on this show, but mostly we deal with a lot. I mean, the division we deal with in this country is largely politically based, and you know, but we are one species. And you know, if you're an astronaut and you're looking down at the Earth, I mean, William Shatner said as much when he, you know, did his little upper atmosphere journey a couple of years ago, that everything we are, all of humanity, all human history, okay, is there on this round, slightly pear-shaped thing just hanging out there in this expanse we call space, and we're all on it, and we're all of it. When I was a philosophy major, you read a guy now that, probably I wouldn't agree with very much politically, but Alan Watts, who was a big Taoist guy into Taoism and all that stuff, would say people have this idea that we're dropped on the earth. No, we are squeezed out of it. We are of the earth, all of us. We are an affect of the natural process. Well, I believe God kicked it all into motion and holds stewardship over it, but essentially as a biological reality, we have all been squeezed out of this planet. We are of this planet. We are not visitors to this planet. This planet is us, and we are it. And it has to be, a hell of a moment to look out of a window, look down and realize. And they say that when they're going to get as close to the moon on their fly around, the way I heard it described is if you hold a basketball out from you in your hand, that's what it'll look like as far as proximity to them. That's how close they'll be to the moon, as you looking at a basketball in your hand in an outstretched arm, which is close in a sense. And furthest human beings have ever traveled, and it is quite. He's right. Glover's right. It's an amazing accomplishment, and all of us should be proud as a species, if you will, as one community of people. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. We'll get back to talking about Pam Blondie, coming up next. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. AccuWeather, well, kind of rainy and crappy all weekend. I'm just being honest. Breezy, very warm with a thunderstorm in parts for this Good Friday, a high of 88. Breezy, overnight cloudy and humid. More showers, heavy thunderstorms. Watch for flash flooding. A low of 71. More of the same tomorrow, a high of 78. It's 73 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your midday commute, for the most part, in good shape. We do have the stall at 281 southbound 35 that's off to the shoulder, so your main lanes are getting by. And then 35 northbound approaching New Braunfels, disabled vehicle, right shoulder blocked. You finally picked up that mangled ladder from the freeway, I-10 eastbound 410, now clear. Now, later on this afternoon, we expect more traffic volume on the roadways as folks head out for the Easter holiday. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Local roots, national focus, global perspective. Stay connected. News Talk 550, KTSA, and FM 1071.
Hey, Trey Ware here for Mummies and Hondo. There's always more to Mummies, always more at Mummies as well. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for it, if it has to do with a firearm, they're going to have it, and they're going to have it in stock. Over 4,000 square feet in their South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies and Hondo. And I don't mean sparsely populated. I mean, it's a busy place with a lot of stuff in there. All the big brands, Weatherby and, Colt, SIG, Horizon, so much more. They got all those there. They have the largest selection of accessories, too. Stuff that you just can't even imagine. And they got it in stock and ready for you to walk out with it. And ammo. All the name brands, the stuff that you love, the stuff that I trust. I got about 5 brands personally that I use, and about 2 of them that I heavily rely on. So they've got the caliber for your platform no matter what it is. Well, they have everything. Turtle box speakers, poncho shirts, so much more. And it's all happening at Mummies and Hondo. Head out Highway 90 to Hondo and you'll find Mummies and Hondo.
Domestic violence is one of the most widespread crimes in Texas, yet one of the least reported. When someone walks through the doors of the Battered Women and Children Shelter, they're looking for safety. Help exists, and it's closer than you think. Christie's Hope supports the shelter with housing, trauma recovery, and long-term aid. Thomas J. Henry stands with us in our commitment to end domestic violence. If you or someone you love needs help, visit christieshope.org.
If it's crawling, stinging, or chewing through your home,
you need Apple Pest Control. They've been family-owned since 1984, and I've endorsed Stan Goodson and his crew at Apple for over 20 years because they're dependable and reliable. Their uniformed, insured, certified technicians handle bugs, rodents, scorpions, and professional termite treatments, including preventative termite protection that gives you peace of mind. They also do critter control when animals get into an attic space and start damaging your roof, your ductwork, and your wiring. With Apple, you get a free inspection, hassle-free quotes over the phone, flexible billing, and no contract to sign. They offer organic, chemical-free options too. Call Apple Pest Control at 210-695-8946 or go to applepestcontrol.com. Mention Dave Ramsey and get $25 off your initial service. If it bugs you, it bugs Apple.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
The Joe Pags Show, this afternoon at 5. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back. News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. Again, it's a Good Friday. And we got Chris Crock coming in for Jack Riccardi at 10:05 on Jack and 60. Then again later on the Jack Show from 3 to 5. Obviously, the big story that we're discussing is the firing, and apparently it was just that. There was a lot of back and forth as to whether or not it was some kind of mutual thing or what. She was let go, but. And the timing was established finally in that people were having a hard... Was it before the speech on Wednesday? She was there in attendance. Was it after? And apparently, as I understand it now, it was before. So, because Fox had pictures of her post-speech, and this is the Iran speech on Wednesday night, smiling and laughing. And the intimation or suggestion was that, well, she obviously didn't know because she was so happy looking. But apparently, there's no one thing that you are hearing. There's no bad blood between them. They both have said that she has some kind of private sector opportunity that she's going to be moving into that we'll probably find out about fairly soon, I imagine. I think to me it almost sounds like a mutually like I don't get the idea that she's all that upset about it. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I have no idea to how that I actually know, but obviously she was bringing a lot of criticism down on the administration because of the Epstein thing. And as Elaine pointed out earlier, first claiming that she had this file on her desk. Then later kind of trying to walk that back a little. And MAGA, and we're talking, and I linked the speech and the firing of Pam Bondi in regards to Trump, in that those have been two of the biggest criticisms you've heard from his own support base going into the midterms. Okay, we've had people call us this week complaining about the fuel prices, the gas prices. We've seen people talking. Now they're being fed a lot of propagandist bullcrap from the media, but why is it taking so long? When he did the speech, he made it we played the audio. he took a fair amount of time of that relatively short speech to point out the timelines of World War I, of every armed conflict practically that Americans have been involved in from World War I, stopping just short of Afghanistan. Then pointing out we've been at it for 32 days. Remember that? I think a lot of that was to kind of blunt some of this MAGA criticism he's gotten over Iran and the fuel prices. And I'm sure a lot of MAGA folks are happy that Pam Bondi is gone because they supported Trump 3 times in 3 different elections on the idea that he was going to drain the swamp and people were going to get arrested. Where are the indictments?
Again, what big case did she break?
Yeah, that really isn't there. Of course, the other side are going to use this, to their advantage, and they're all saying Jasmine Crockett is still fun. I have to admit, because she's such an idiot, or she at least makes the intellectual decision to talk like an idiot. And on social media, I mean, they're all saying good riddance, right? And just and just a little bit of news. Todd Blanche, who's the deputy attorney general, he's also Trump's lawyer. Remember during all the lawfare years, we had a lot of people talking about him. He's now the interim attorney general, and there's also talk about Lee Zeldin, who is hanging out with RFK Jr. today. He runs the EPA, and they're talking about microplastics in our food. Of the two, I would say Todd. I would say he goes with Todd Blanche, but I don't know. But Jasmine Crockett had this to say on social media. And yes, this is exactly how she writes. I'm going to read it word for word. I almost want to read it like in a British Richard Burton kind of a voice because it makes it even funnier. Well, first it was Kristi Noem. Now it's Pam Bondi. It would be too much like right that Pete be next. That Pete be next, she writes. I see a theme. He will throw the incompetent women under the bus a lot faster than the incompetent men. In other words, Pete Hegseth still has his gig because he's a dude. This from the side of the room that wants dudes to play against women and dudes are women now and non-binary, all that bull crap. Suddenly they get very gender specific when it comes to politics, right? Oh, well, of course he's firing the women because, Trump hates women. Jasmine Crockett, the president nominated these awful people. The Republican-controlled Senate confirmed them, and well, ... Too many people thought we should give this much power to the blank-grabbing, 6 times bankruptcy filing, 34-count convicted felon bestie of Epstein, writes Jasmine Crockett. All caps, we need a do-over, but only if America would do better. I think AI wrote that. I'm thinking AI wrote that last bit.
So let me get this straight, Jazzy.
Jazz.
So he's firing her, and she didn't do anything with the Epstein files, but you're saying Trump's friends with Epstein, so didn't she do her job by not doing anything with the Epstein since they're buddies?
That's an excellent point. If Trump doesn't want you to know what's in the Epstein files because he's in the Epstein files, even though we already sort of know what part of him is in the Epstein files, wouldn't you want the person in the Attorney General's office who is not doing it? That's an excellent point. Who is not doing anything about it? Why would you want somebody? Why would you want to take the roll of the dice on somebody else who might? What an idiot! She's even dumber than I realized. Thanks for pointing that out, James.
Mr. President, we found some more files. No, you don't want that to happen.
Right? If he's
a new Blanche says, "Hey, I got some stuff."
If he's getting like we know Bubba was with the pictures, getting back rubs and underage women sitting on his lap, and he's all over the Epstein files. Well, he'd want Pam Bondi to stay right where she is. Idiots. 34-count convicted felon bestie of Epstein. Oh, holy crap. So, yeah, but they all are on message. It's good riddance. You hear that good riddance over and over again. Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren. Hi. Good riddance. She was awful. Of course, anybody who Trump hires is awful.
Did you see any of the jokes that I was putting out on Facebook. I don't know if I put it.
I did a lot of napping yesterday, honestly, in between historical events.
I said we better not hear anything about Bondi's husband and plastic boobs.
Oh, God. Please. Thanks, Bri. We just can't unsee it, man. Thanks, Brian Noam. Thanks for that. I got to take a break. It is Ware and Rima. It's Good Friday on Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Rescue dogs may have incredible backstories and appetite. San Antonio's no-kill dog rescues want to nourish all these good dogs until they find forever homes. So it's time again for the KTSA 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with National Dog Show voice John O'Hurley, us, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
Nobody, but nobody does home technology like Bjorn's, just Bjorn's. Hi, Trey Ware here. I started to do business with Bjorn Dibdahl. That's his name, Bjorn. Right over there at Bjorn's, right by the airport about 50 years ago. Now they're at 281 and Bitters Road, and they continue to be the home technology experts. Bjorn is still around. Stop in, say hi to him. Chris and Neil, his son and son-in-law, they are the new generation of really strategic thinkers when it comes to your home technology needs. With a Statum Experience TV, indoor-outdoor audio, so much more, they gonna make living at your place so much better off, just like they've been doing for more than 50 years in San Antonio. What I'm talking about here is custom home technology solutions. Everything from home theaters to whole home automation, home networking, they got you taken care of at Bjorn's. And again, indoor and outdoor TVs and audio that'll just blow your mind. Great stuff at their state-of-the-art showroom at 281 and Bitters Road. Stop on in today. Bjorn's, just Bjorn's.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Every now and then you find a deal that actually feels like a win. With Straight Talk Wireless, you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. No contracts, no credit checks, no surprises, all on Verizon's 5G network. Find it in the same place you've always found straightforward prices. Exclusively at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
A suspect is on the loose after a drive-by shooting killed a woman inside her home early this morning. Police looking for a white car. KTSA is watching for more details. Todd Blanche is the acting attorney general, but we're also seeing shakeup in the military ranks. And the jobs report for March is better than expected, unless you're talking about government jobs. We'll break everything down coming up at 10 o'clock. KTSA News Time 9:35.
Good morning. As you head into your midday commute, we do have a few stalls. This report sponsored by the Hartford Auto Insurance. 410 southbound Houston Street, right shoulder blocked with a stall. Got another broken down vehicle on 410 westbound San Pedro, northwest side of town. That one also off to the shoulder. And 90 westbound 151 Castroville Road, disabled vehicle, right shoulder blocked. Wait until you hear this. You could save hundreds by switching to AARP Auto Insurance from the Hartford. Visit trusthartford.com. The Hartford, your protection is their passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are non-insurers. Savings vary. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A thunderstorm in parts of the area today, the high of 88. Cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm tonight. The low 71 along the Riverwalk and 67 in the Hill Country. Periods of rain, some of them heavy, and a thunderstorm that could produce hail and damaging winds Saturday. The high 78. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Up to 74 degrees under mostly cloudy skies at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
9:36 on Good Friday 2026. Ware and Rima Trail will be back on Monday at Sean High. Hanging out with Elaine and James and Christian Blood and talking about stuff that's going on. If you want to call us up, 210-599-5555. I plan to eat lots of microplastics this weekend. Just optically, because we're talking about Pam Bondi or Blondie being, that became her nickname, Pam Blondie, being fired. Which apparently that's exactly what happened. Now it's between Todd. They're thinking it's between Todd Blanche, who was the interim. He was the deputy attorney general. He's now running things in the interim as the attorney general at the DOJ. Or sorry, that's my phone. Yeah, I have classical music as my ringtone. I do. I'm that artsy fartsy. Todd Blanche, who, if you remember, and Elaine reminded me of this earlier, I'd forgotten that he was the guy who was there going with Trump into all those courtrooms in between terms with all that lawfare stuff. A lot of descriptions yesterday about Todd Blanche in that he's a heartless a-hole. If he's as far as a lawyer,
he's a little bulldog.
He's a bulldog.
Trey likes to call me a bulldog, but I don't look like that.
No, I was going to say, or Lee Zeldin.
Intimidating.
Or Lee Zeldin, who is with RFK Jr. right now, talking about microplastics because he runs the EPA. And I'm like, just optically, Todd Blanche looks like he's going to chew your head off. Lee Zeldin looks like he's going to do your books. He's just kind of a passive, easy on the eyes looking guy. There's nothing really frightening looking about Lee Zeldin. Not that you need to be frightening to be a prosecutor. But Todd Blanche just looks like, I'm going to rip your head off.
Well, when you think about it, all these personal injury attorneys, their commercials, they're intimidating.
Well, you want to be...
They're not going to say, we're going to talk about microplastics.
Look, you're right. Because, look, what is a court of law? It's a contest. You are trying to win something for your side. And sometimes that means you're trying to intimidate the guy at the other table. I'm just saying Lee Zeldin doesn't come off as all that intimidating to me. Okay, Mike Johnson has thicker eyebrows than that guy. That's all I'm saying. And Mike Johnson doesn't have any eyebrows at all. That's why he takes off the glasses, his face disappears, right? Lee Zeldin is just that guy. I mean, he's probably he's probably a great lawyer. I don't know. I'm sure both of them, if Lee Zeldin is being considered, Trump wouldn't be considering him if he didn't think he could do the gig. But Todd, man, yeah, he's got a nasty look in his eye, like, oh, I'm coming after you, man. So that's where we are on the firing of Pam Bondi, which was the other big story. We commented, and it is Good Friday, so happy Easter to everyone. He is risen, almost. The Passion Play, which is renowned here in San Antonio, begins in 10 minutes at 20 minutes at Travis Park. And I'd like to attend at some point in my life. A lot of people are going to be downtown, though, and downtown is already a mess. So if you have to drive downtown, you probably want to be really, really cautious of. And Christian had mentioned this from the newsroom of people being all over the place. Speaking of artsy fartsy, let me just toss this in real quick. At the Slab Cinema Art House tomorrow, starting at 6, and they show a lot of independent film. They're doing a film festival, art, film, music thing. Starting up at 6 p.m., they're going to do a showing of a bunch of short independent films, and I'm in one of them. I did a very cool movie called Miracle, directed by a guy named C.J. Goodwin a couple of years ago, and they're going to be showing that as a part of this film festival tomorrow at the Slab Cinema Art House. If you want to come on by and say hi,
is that down in Southtown, King William area?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, you're asking me.
Well, we used to party on the Slab, and then they developed it, so I thought that might be it.
I think so. Yeah, it's King William, the artsy fartsy part of town, where these days I suddenly find myself often. So that'll be cool. Also dealing with, apart from Artemis, Pam Bondi, Tiger Woods was a big story this week, and we had the body cam footage came out or was released, and the part that they released yesterday was, and we played the audio earlier. It's just him saying I'm talking to the president. It's not a big revealing piece of audio. But Tiger Woods walks away. He's on the phone talking to somebody, and the cops are like, "Mr. Woods, can you please come back towards us?" And as he's walking back towards them, he says, "All right, thank you." Hangs up, goes, "I'm talking to the president."
Well, when you think about it, he's dating Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife.
His former daughter-in-law,
Kai Trump's
his granddaughter, right? So they're close.
So he probably called to say nobody was in the car but me.
Well, I mean, that's a good point. Maybe he called him up to say everybody's safe. I don't know.
No one was in the car.
But he didn't have to tell the cops he was talking to the president. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the only thing I'm sure people are kind of like, Tiger, But then again, if I'm Tiger Woods in that situation and I know the president, maybe I'd call his ass up too. I don't know.
I would do that just to make sure that he wouldn't get mad if he thought Kai or the
I guess I hadn't really thought about it from that perspective. He just flipped his Land Rover. He's technically, he's known the guy for 100 years. They have known each other for a long time. He's dating his former daughter-in-law, and he's around his grandkid a lot.
And maybe he
just called him up to let him know I'm okay.
They weren't in the car.
But what gets him, though, is on the way back, he says, kind of flip it like, oh, I'm talking to the president. You know what I mean? That's where people, that's the reaction. That's the reaction people are having. Like, where are you name dropping to what? Get off easy or something? Trying to think of, there was a radio guy once a few years back, not around here, but got like a DUI or something, or don't you know who I am? I'm on the radio. Yeah, that'll work for you. Like, never. In any regard, will that ever work for you, man? One thing I can tell everybody, it has never really worked for me in any way, shape, or form, or, got me out of any kind of difficult situation by saying, oh, I'm on the radio, right? You say that to a cop, and they're going to start searching your trunk. Just saying. I grew up in the old school radio world. So, yeah, we were saying right before I went on the air this morning, pretty much this past week, you've had history-busted news every day. Normally, when it's a holiday week or leading into a holiday, like, the news slows down. Not in Trump land. in Trump, in the Trumpian world, man. We have had a lot of weird crap and big crap go down this week. Probably the best or most positive story was the Artemis. Again, one of the other big stories you're seeing today is you're seeing the taking out of this bridge in Iran, which was formerly the tallest bridge in Iran, and we took it down, and Trump posted the video of the thing coming down. And he was saying that a lot of munitions and bad stuff being transported across this bridge, so we had to take it down. Monday, I believe, is the day when the 10 days runs out. This was the 10 days that Trump gave Iran. Remember, originally they asked for, I think, a week or 5 days or 7 days. And Trump said, well, I gave him 10 days because, I'm a great guy. 10 days before, if you don't agree to this 15-point peace deal, which ultimately means no nukes for you guys in any way, shape, or form, that he's really not going to have any choice but to start hitting your energy infrastructure, which he doesn't want to do. Why? Well, he doesn't want to do that because he wants Iran to survive. He merely wants to liberate it from the theocratic, rabid regime that runs it now. And largely, he's managed to do that. James and I are joking that he's going to start, negotiating with 13-year-old mullahs at some point because they just keep whacking people. Call it whack-a-mullah. But he didn't want to go after the infrastructure because once they clean out, if you will, the rot of the old government and military and all the thugs, the thuggish zealots that do their dirty work for them, you want a prosperous and thriving Iran. He said it Wednesday night. They're going to want to sell their oil. They're going to want the Strait of Hormuz clear, which is kind of the hitching point, is the Strait of Hormuz. And Monday's the day. Monday, that 10-day period is up, meaning that if they don't agree to that peace deal, I guess we start slamming into their infrastructure, which means their ability to be a prosperous free nation is going to be dramatically limited if we have to start going after their energy infrastructure. All that stuff comes to a head on Monday. As far as the end of that deadline, that again, Trump kind of touted, they asked for 7 days, I gave him 10. So could be a very busy weekend apart from Easter, unfortunately. So that's pretty much all the major stories. Oh yeah, I failed to. I didn't spend a lot of time on this because I don't care about Don Lemon. I think he's an ass, to be honest with you. I just think he's a jackass, really. Don Lemon was on The View, I guess, yesterday, and he's saying that the reason he was arrested at that church is because he's a black guy. And, of course, they assumed he was a protester, not a journalist, because only white people are journalists. And so they just assumed he was a protester because he's black. Said he felt like he was being mugged. said he got the N-word treatment from the cops. He is just one of those people that, like, I've met dislikable people in my life. I've been a dislikable person in my life. I might be a dislikable person before this day is over. But there are some people who just seem like they work at it. You know what I mean? Like, there's just some people who seem like they wake up in the morning going, how can I possibly be the most unpleasant person I can? How can I reach my personal best as far as being an unpleasant ass? I think Don Lemon is that guy. Like, he works at it. He works at being a jerk. You know what I mean? He got the N-word treatment. Come on, dude. Get over yourself. That's not going to happen anytime soon. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. Again, Jack's not in today, so we'll have Chris Crock coming up at Jack at 60. Jack in 60 at 10:05, and then, of course, later on in the afternoon from 3 to 5 on the Jack Show. It is Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. AccuWeather, well, kind of crummy for the weekend, honestly. Cloudy, breezy, very warm today. Thunderstorms in parts of the area, high of 88. Same overnight, breezy and humid. Heavy thunderstorms. Could see some flash flooding. Be careful. A low of 71. More of the same tomorrow. Heavy thunderstorms. Might see some hail and damaging wind gusts. A high of 78. It's 73 on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. As far as any major incidents, right now we're in good shape. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. Now, we do have a few stalls. 1604 on the access road, northbound Culebra. The right lane is blocked. 35 northbound 410, that stall off to the shoulder. Another on 410 southbound Houston Street, right shoulder blocked. And I-10 westbound Probant, that stall is off to the left shoulder. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Well, you can't turn on the news or open a business journal lately without seeing these 2 letters, AI. Hey, Trey Ware here. I know what many of you business leaders are feeling, that mounting pressure to do something. But here's the reality. Rushing into AI just to say you're doing it is a fast track to security breaches, compliance nightmares, and a whole lot of wasted capital. That's why I want to tell you about Bridgehead IT. They aren't here to sell you on the latest shiny object or trending bot. They're here to give you a strategy. It starts with their AI assessment. Bridgehead IT sits down with your team to identify where AI can actually deliver measurable value and where it's just noise. They prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. Bridgehead IT focuses on clarity first. You get a roadmap built on outcomes, not hype. If AI is on your roadmap for 2026, start with the experts who put security and your bottom line first. Visit bridgeheadit.com. That's bridgeheadit.com.
I love my Kinetico water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Kinetico. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Kinetico doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Kinetico backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Kinetico protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Kinetico, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KineticoSA.com.
License number 38961.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Stay on top of the latest news wherever you are. Stream KTSA on the go. This is News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
And we're back. Final few moments of Ware and Rima this week. Trey will be back on Monday. We go back to normal, and we got the Puppy Food Bank Radiothon coming up Thursday and Friday of next week. Get all the info there at ktsa.com, or if you want to make a donation ahead of time, puppyfoodbank.org. We'll be talking with now our old friend, John O'Hurley. It's the third year we've done this. Looking forward to it. But Trey will be back on Monday, so we'll be back to normal then. And I've only mentioned this once, and I'm only going to mention it this one other time, and that's it. And I'm doing some poetry stuff on TikTok. If you want to check it out, just look me up. And I will be at the Slab Cinema Art House tomorrow at 6 p.m. for a film festival, a short film festival. What I mean is a festival of short films. Not a 19-minute film festival, but, a bunch of short films. And I'm in one of the films that's going to be featured. It's called Miracle. Quite proud of it. And so that's playing, that'll be tomorrow night at the Slab Cinema Art House starting at 6. Don Cooper has entered the building. And, a lot of news this week. And, I'm with you, man. Could I may go to hypnotherapy to get Brian Noam erased from my mind. Can somebody hypnotize my ass so I can forget, I can unsee that crap? I never got the whole, and thankfully, I never got that whole kink stuff, whatever. I think the internet's probably made that a lot worse. I think social media has made that a lot worse as far as people, I was just always like, let's be normal. Let's everybody just be normal. That's where I not to get, too much details, but I don't get a lot of that stuff. I just don't. Thank you, Jesus, I don't understand a lot of that stuff. I do agree with John Nolte. John Nolte wrote a great piece on that earlier in the week on Breitbart, where. And I had said this earlier in the week. You're doing something like that, you want to get caught, man. But holy God, were the fake breasts necessary? Because John Nolte's point was, all right, you guys have kids. All right, now they're grown, I think. They're grown up, but, still, when you're entering these chat rooms looking like, Jane Mansfield there in a wet T-shirt contest. Boy, that's an old fart reference. Could you maybe take your kids into consideration a little, maybe just a smidge? So, it was a weird week a big week for news. And, of course, the big story from yesterday, we spent all morning talking about it. Well, the two big stories from yesterday, Pam Bondi getting fired. And, of course, Artemis, the Orion module is now making its way towards the moon. It takes about 4 days, I guess, to get there. And we played some audio. They're going to be on Fox News tonight. I'm not sure if it's 11 p.m. East Coast time or Pacific time, but they'll be doing live hits from Orion tonight. And if you can go on YouTube, it's all over the interwebs. There, the interviews. They did a question and answer period in zero gravity last night, about middle of the night. I woke up to it. And it's really fascinating stuff. Like, they talk about napping, what it's like to sleep in zero gravity. And I think it was the mission commander who said that he kept waking up. You ever have one of those dreams where you dream you're falling? And you kind of wake up he said, I kept waking up like that thinking I'm falling off the curb, but I'm really just floating. And, of course, the lone female member of the crew, who is the mission specialist, is the Koch. She's the one who had to take care of the toilet issue. Well, there you go. It's a man's world still, huh? Even when you're not on it. She still had to fix the toilet, right? But it's exciting stuff again, though. In fact, Fox is showing some of the video now. So they'll be going live again tonight around 11 p.m. Excuse me. If you want to check that out. It's fat. I love it. I love us. I'm a sci-fi nerd. Always have been. I'm Gen X, so I also remember the Apollo missions when I was a little kid. Very exciting stuff. Jack and I were talking yesterday about the or the early days of the space shuttle program. When as kids, we thought that was so cool. You know why? Because they look like spaceships. For the first time, we had the shuttlecraft, which really were just upper atmosphere taxi cabs, basically. But they looked like spaceships, right? They looked a little bit more like a spaceship than something that just resembles a big metal candle, which is what most of these things are. So we wish them well. Think about that. They're going to be spending Easter in space on their way to the moon. Talk about taking a long commute to an egg roll. And then they're going to roll around the planet. This is Artemis 2. And while we're wrapping up here, Artemis 3, the next mission, they're going to be taking a landing pod with them to kind of test that. Artemis 4 will be the mission where they actually attempt to land on the moon. Chris Crock up next. Hey, happy Easter to everyone.